We good? Everyone good? Can we Gwent? Could it be the time to do the thing that we've gathered together here for on this hallowed occasion? Anyone knows any reason why I should not click start tournament? Speak now or forever. Time to Gwenting. Go. Okay, open. It's open. Okay, it's open. It's time open. Best of 3, best of 5, 4, 1. Date is even today. Do we start at last? Hopefully, yes. Verify. Considering we had to remake the whole tournament, you guys did a very good job of quickly jumping on board, so I really appreciate it. Give me my best friend Sadaishi. Okay. Let's find out. So it's random, so it's going to be a new bracket. Drum roll, please. Runeterra Gaber versus Nikyukar. Mirishka versus Kepko. Artner versus Taexi. Gwensol versus Cyrus the Great. Ninja Bang versus Seth. Sadaishi versus Eurosmeister. No GG Necker versus Pawn Nerpies. And Schwas Necessary versus Beetlegruff. Alright, if there's a particular game you think we should be watching, say so in the chat. Gwensol is streaming, so you'll be able to watch this game on his channel since he's in it. Other than that, I'm open to watching any game you guys want to see. Say Beetle or Capco. Nerpies in his deck created for torturing people? Wait, which one are you, Troco? Are you a Runeterra enjoyer? Okay. Oh, that's why the Kappa. I'm inclined Sudaishi first time joining? Yeah, we could watch this game. It's a round 1 game. Sudaishi versus Eurosmeister. I was thinking about watching Lauren suffer, but it's one of the good players on ladder. Interesting. Cool. Unpin this message. Edit bracket. Here you go. Welcome, Wurtzer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chat as well. Today she's monster deck. Usually that's because of a typo in the URL. Yep. I will fix it. Here you go. There you go, Chasm. So this happens if like the HTTPS isn't there at the start. So I just fix it and then it shouldn't happen again. Okay. Start tournament. My bad. Okay. Played for 6 hours last night. Ready to Yeah, well, stop playing on Saturday night, knowing that there's my tournaments on Sunday and you must join. YouTube, more like Putu. Oh, we got people on YouTube. Am I streaming on Twitch as well? Yes. Cover Euros games because he is a dark horse. That's all I want to see. Okay. You can't ban? China. The most potato start after 106 tournaments. You would think I would know how to do this. I swear. Need more tea. Hey, Tubbs is multi-watching since I'm multi-streaming. Hey, Andrew. Welcome in. Look at all these YouTube frogs. Lauren, ST, and SY deck. All right, no GG Necker. Let's see here. Okay, try now interface. Should be fixed. Might as well check everybody's links now while I'm here. Alright, well. I think that was the last of it. Alright. So we got Sudaishi versus Eurosmeister. Sudaishi has brought Deathwish, Isolate Fury, Tactical Precision, and off the books OTP. And Euros, what have they brought? So we got Symbiosis, Non-Devo. We got SK Witcher Trio with Portal, Reckless Flurry. We got Toussaint with Beauclair. And Knights, Damsel Scenario, Heatwave with Defender. And then Sudaishi is standard Deathwish Erendite with Riptide. And there's a Siegfried for Toads and other things. We got Isolate Fury with Facusia, Harold, Tyr. Morkvarg is the notable standout for me. Still running Abordage. No Seagulls, though. Did Seagulls get nerfed? We got Tactical Decision Aristocrats, essentially, with Tibor. And Doedric. Very interesting. So Pikeman Dame combo. But also we got Nausicaa Brigade. We got Emir, Tibor, no. Usurper. There's a Vincent. There's an All God. Okay. Alright, Sleeper. If you don't like something... Wait, what's going on? Stasikian 242? What did they say? Is this something in Russian that was inappropriate or what? Translate people. Come on, Star, you're annoying me? It's fine. It's fine. No, it's my fault we started late. I messed up the tournament settings and we had to redo the whole tournament. It was another 30 minutes. So I get it. Where is Cyrus waiting on his ban? Well, if people don't ban within 10 minutes, then they get forfeit. Ways to say that without being a jerk. I'm a streamer. I'm used to people being impatient. You thought Tadashi would bring his weird self-wound deck? Well, he did bring his weird aristocrats deck, it seems. But yeah, so we got Eurosmeister on blue playing Witchers. He's got Portal in hand. Did he brick it though? No, he's got 2 Bear Witcher Adepts in deck. So it's fine. And then Sudaishi is playing their Warriors deck, which is a little different than what you usually see. Not super different. Still Highland Warlords raids. But I see a Terra Crew Axe Wielder, which recently got buffed by 1 power. So there's actually see 2 of them. And they're pirates. So that's given Warriors some options. Looks like we're seeing Offering get played. Just because it's a 4 power card, you might as well use it. But I don't know what the hurry was. Why not play Portal first so you get value out of Quartermasters? Yeah, so I think I know Eurosmeister likes to watch the VODs to get some tips, and they're they're a newer player. They recently started playing Gwent. They're still learning. So I'll point out that there was no hurry in playing the Offering. I think you play Portal, and then you can click your Bear Witch Quartermaster. You get 2 points out of it minimum, possibly more, before it's removed. Because you know Warriors are gonna you knew Blood Eagle was an option, and same with Rock for Warrior. So now we see All God come out. Currently, Abordage does 3 damage. Axe damage enemy by 2. Probably gonna just take out the Bear Witcher, because otherwise it's an engine. Yes, it is. It also would have been good to play Quartermaster last turn instead of All God. Warriors on Red Coin aren't gonna pass until they have to. Like, there's no hurry in playing All God and Offering. What you would have done playing Bear Witcher Quartermaster last turn was take out the little, what's it called? Deafening Siren. This is kind of cute. But now the carryover that we got is already getting used up. Starblood Butcher with Axe Wielder. That's a pretty good combo, actually. Because then it plays for 10 points for a 4P card, essentially. I mean, this combo. This played for 8, and then this played for 8. So 8 for 4s are very, very good. But Euros is going to play Vesemir Mentor. And Sudaishi would need 16 points in 2 turns, which is not easy to do. So that ends the round for Eurosmeister. Altogether not bad, but he was forced to play Quen. Quen's a big card. Quen into Bear Witcher is a very good combo, and having to play it round 1 is kind of tragic. This deck should have enough tempo to just play round 1 easily against Warriors. But typically, this deck wants to bleed and have a short round with Witcher Trio. So winning round 1 is important. A man can live on 8 for 4. Yeah. Started to think Offering boost Esco Professional OP instead of Bear Witcher. Eh. So Euros played Selective Mutation, and Sudaishi answered both by playing War of Clans. Euros is going to respond by playing Offering. That's, I think, a good Offering. One issue is, yeah, what's the answer going to be to Drake Bondu? Are we going to have to leader charge it? Because this is 2 points a turn, and looks like that's going to be the answer indeed. Bear Witcher comes down, answers to Drake Bondu. Then she has Island Warlord that doesn't get them ahead, but I don't think you're worried about a pass here. Because the pass here means a 7-card round 3, and Warriors are fine, are going to be fine in a 7-card round 3, especially with like the cards that Sudeshi has left. So, but Sudeshi decides to play Herald instead, and get ahead on tempo. Here comes the other Bear Witcher, plays for 10 points. 10 for 5s are also pretty good. Leo's not great here because there's only 2 Witchers. Oniro would be the first Oniro. It would be hard but not impossible for Sudeshi to get rid of both of these. We should see Vabjorn. Yeah. You want Vabjorn in the graveyard so you can Fukusia it in a short round. Will it be just a Gutting Slash? Gutting Slash is 6 or 8. It's 8 here. I would play Gutting Slash here and just save the War of Clans for next round. And that's what we see. So that she plays the Gutting Slash. So Blood Eagle did like 4 damage, and then Vabjorn is 1 point, and then another 7. So 12, like 11 something tempo. And so that she still has the Highland Warlord to play. So even if Eurosmeister plays something big here, which you can't, because you don't want to play Witcher Trio in this round. Gerd is like 8 points. Berengar is 12, but Berengar will die if Bear Witcher dies, and you wanna play Berengar in the same round as Witcher Trio. So what are we gonna see here? Is it just gonna be Trial of the Grasses? That might be a good card to play. In fact, Trial of the Grasses might have been a better answer to Drake Bondu than using a leader charge. So Trial plays for 10 points. Not terrible, not the best Trial, but okay. Oh, there are still 2 armor ups, that's true. Armor ups are going to be good with Leo and with Witcher Trio. And Sudeshi just drops the Highland Warlord, and that gets him ahead. Euro's kind of wishing, like in hindsight, you'd maybe leader. I don't know. It's rough. So now Warriors have last day with an extra card. And they have Fukusia and Tyr. There is a War of Clans and a Fukusia, so... well... Wait, where's the War of Clans? Wait, does this deck only run 1 War of Clans? Or did it just get Is it... Oh, it's right here. So, the fact that there's a Fukusia and a War of Clans means you have to answer Tyr. Chat's getting a little big. We're too popular, guys. We're too popular. All right. So here comes Tyr. Where's NG Funny Decks? It's Gay 1, man. So Heatwave on Tyr is fine because you don't have last say anyway. Here comes Witcher Trio. But there's also the leader I forgot about. Like, Anira could be Eskel, but most likely it would just be Gerd. But Gerd no longer has adrenaline, right? Yeah. So it just Gerd would just play for 8 points. This would be 5 and 8, 13. Actually, this is better. Eskel Pathfinder is better. Here comes Fukusia for Vabjorn for Champion's Charge. Here comes Eskel. It's going to answer the Arniolf. Might as well put it front row, not that it matters. It does matter, actually. Because you want to have enough Witchers so that... I mean, you're going to play Berengar last, so it's going to live no matter what. But I guess you could play Berengar first and then play Leo for an extra point. Yeah. The... Round 1 was a slight overcommit from Euros, and then round 2, the bleed did not go well. And warriors are pretty resilient to bleed anyway. Needed to get more out of them. If all they do is play 4p bronzes and raid cards and you're bleeding them, like one Herald, which was mostly carryover, you're kind of already cooked. Yeah. This is just 4 points. This is 5 plus 3, 8. And this Trisach Invader will be more than enough for Sudaishi to get ahead in game number 1. But Euros are delicious and delightful, so you never know. Okay, I'm gonna run ads now so we don't get in the middle of the game. Stay tuned. It's a boring deck won against another boring deck. Gwent the point slam card game. Hey, listen. If you think you can bring something more interesting, sign up. Show these people how it's done. But that game wasn't about which deck is stronger. That game was about like when you play from Blue Coin with a deck that has carryover, your compensation, like you want to, like, you're forced to, on Blue Coin, you're usually forced to expend a little bit more than if you want red to win round 1. But your compensation should be your carryover. But there wasn't enough carryover to justify what was spent in round 1. Like Gerald Quen is 14 points in 1 turn. And it's 2 bodies, which has lots of synergy with other stuff. It's also, I think, maybe not the best matchup for Witchers because Warriors can actually remove your Witchers, which most decks can't. But here we go. Bad choice of coin. Yeah, you could say that too. Game was about who's more boring. Alright, so we got Death Wish. Death Wish Dagon. With no way, we do have actually Decree for Brewis. But Euros played Aquin and Sudaishi immediately heat waves it. So at this point, I think Euros can't really win round 1 against Death Wish anymore. Brewis Ritual is going to come out. It's going to be a lot of tempo because of Urn of Shadows. And I don't see Euros being able to match that. Siren wasn't that important because one, it had Death Wish, and two, there's a Dagon on the board. There is a Geralt of Rivia, so Geralt will play for 18 points. Oh, okay. So Eurus wants to commit. So this is the thing. If you play Aquin and Geralt, now you have to win the round. But like, if you win and bleed, yeah, I guess you could do that, and you could bleed against Death Wish if you have the right cards. But you're gonna have to play a few more cards, and this hand is very gold, so it's gonna be interesting. Are we gonna see Isengrim to try and find Freya? It's a low chance. You can't. You don't have access to impenetrable fog. And if you were gonna commit the round, you probably want to play Hamadryad as early as possible before Erendite's big enough to kill it. And so we traded Geralt for an Endrego Warrior, basically, is what happened. Right? We traded Aquin for Heatwave, that's an okay trade. But we traded Geralt for an Endrego Warrior. Like, Geralt was always going to get value against Death Wish, I think. Some decks are being shared in the chat. And the only bronze tournament when? Wouldn't that just be like a Nilfgaard tournament? So Sudaishi's gonna play Doldulok. It is like 2 points of carryover, so you might as well play that. And they want to get they want to set up a Succubus. Eurus' deck has no answer to Succubus because there's no lock, right? And there's no Squirrel, there's no Graveyard Hate. So I think it's going to be Bountiful Harvest from Forest Protect. Well, okay. So this one's going to come out and be doomed. So that's something. But there's another Succubus, and you only really need one Succubus to survive. Interesting that Sudaishi clicked. He wants to make sure that he draws a Riptide. Which might make it less likely for... No. Whispering Hillock can always get that laugh. Okay. So, Succubus comes out, but now it's no longer available after this because it's doomed, except Sudaishi plays Siegfried. So, I'm not even sure that's valid. Alright, this bleed is getting kind of crazy. He plays Toad, which was infused, which pulls out the other Toad, which eats it. Now there's a Toad in the graveyard. But because of the Death Wish infused unit, Dagon pops out. Sudaishi might just 2-0 here. Wait. Kills his own Siren. Because this fledgling is worth a lot. The Eurus gives Symbiosis. He still has Simless into Impenetrable Fog, I guess, but no. He needs to find Fall from Isengrim's Council. That's like his only choice, I think. Saskia is going to get answered by Erendite. Siegfried animation is very satisfying for sure. The 1 liter charge used, yeah. So that she's like got everything enough, and he still has a Dettlaff and a Riptide and an Erendite. So he can commit a lot here. It'll be fine. Okay. So Equinox being bricked is a problem. Do you Simless into Impenetrable? Wait, does that even work? Yeah. It's either you play, I mean, if you play Equinox or Simulus, it's bricked anyway, so you might as well just play Simulus, right? It's very awkward for Eurosmeister. I mean, bricking the Equinox was the key mistake they made. Just don't brick, bro. Simulus into Caress is also an option, sure. But I feel like these are worse cards. You might as well get rid of them. But then you might draw Tempest. You're right. Simulus into Caress might be the better play. Euros opts for... Yeah, or rather, the fact that Simulus into Caress is an option means Simulus isn't technically bricked. That's also a valid point. So now we're going to have a 5-card round 3. On one side, Succubus, Detlef, and Riptide. This is actually perfect hand. I don't think you want anything different. Maybe like a Consume would have been better. I don't know, but there's a frog, right? There's 2 frogs, actually. And a leader charge and a Consume. I think that's enough. This should just be an instant Riptide. I mean, of course, if you Riptide this, then the Elven Seer might live. But no, it won't, because you Riptide now and then you can Cyclops it. And Euros bricks Simulus again. Very opposite of Pagman. Might just see Fog to Tempest, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know. He could not have bricked it. He could have not bricked it if he had believed in the heart of the cards, was my point. These are like the opposite of Lario draws, okay? At least Fog is going to get value. Like 10 points of value. Was it better to Fog call the Simulus, get both Fogs? I mean, maybe? I don't think it would have been enough in either case, though. There's just too many points on this side, and there's still this massive bonkers Erendite. Like, this game was kind of decided in round 1, I feel. I've been manifesting money for 25 years. Now it's not working. Yeah. The only chance was like, no, even if that had lived, it wouldn't have been enough points, I don't think, with Erendite. Well, let's say this was like, instead of 17, let's say it was 1 point. Yeah. Unfortunate draws for Euros. Sudaishi wins the series 2-0 and advances comfortably. So let's see what the bracket is like now. See if we can catch a game 3 somewhere. Nerpies is up 1-0 against Snow GG. Beetlegrupp is ahead 1-0 against Schwaz. Ninja Pang 1-0 against Seth. Gwent Soul is down 1 point against Cyrus the Great. Arthur is down versus Taixi. Mirishka and Kepko are tied, as are Runeterra Gamer and Nick UKR. I hope no GG faces all Necker lineups. Let's find out what they're facing. So here are the Nurpe's decks. So we got double cross Shoop Henry with Ivar and Bribery. Battle Stations, Rune Mage, Anna. There's a Maxi even. Oh, instead of Calvite, there's a Maxi. With Dead Man's Tongue, Battle Stations, should be one Magni as well. That should be reasonably consistent. We got an NR mobilization deck with Mutagenerator. Roche Adalia for Scouts. Oh, hello. Shit ballistas. It's the carryover abuse deck. Both Mutagenerator and Ship Ballistas. Beautiful. We got an Arrakis deck with Hivemind, Mamuna, Red Sword, Muzzle. Oh boy, what is... We got Griffins and Fiends. We got some organic cards, a squirrel and a wolf. Heatwave, Muzzle, Eskel, Red Sword. Oh my god. I would hate to play against this with any of my decks, because my decks play engines. It's even Riptide. I mean, aside from Mamuna, this deck doesn't have a lot of points, right? Mamuna and Hivemind are the source of points. So it will struggle against Point Slam, but... And then finally we have Guerrilla Tactics Philavandrel Golden Necker deck. With Brehen and Alzer. Alzer's pretty standard in this deck. There's a Salve, Whisperers, Necromancy. That's all pretty standard. Johnny, Sarah, whatever. I don't think I usually see the Brehen in this deck. Usually it was like a Rock Slide, right? How many specials are there? There's Decree. I guess there's enough specials. Yeah. But artifacts. This plays a special. There's 2 artifacts. Means you probably want to mulligan them. Friendly reminder that Mutagen started at 6 provisions and people still thought it was, yeah. And our enjoyers complained about Mutagenerator. It came out at 6. Candle was also 6, right? People were like, this plays for 4 tempo. No comment on that. This is the least control heavy Russian deck. Yeah. So what did No GG bring? Always considered good. It wasn't considered bad when it came out, but a lot of people, for example, Shinmiri, I remember saying that it's gonna be like abusable because it's 4 tempo. Or like the turn you played, it's 0 tempo and 4 coins, right? Like I remember people saying that. But a lot of people said Mutagenerator was trash. People said Acherontia would be trash when it was like revealed also. I literally remember arguing with my chat about it. Trying to keep the chat in English if possible, so I can make sure nothing inappropriate is being said. But it's not a strict rule. Just Matthias Tokars, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, for the sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. Can I say inappropriate things, but in English? Yes. So, if you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're currently waiting for round 1 to finish. If No GG versus Nerpies goes to game 3, we'll be watching that. They're currently in their second game. Yes, we're waiting. Pull out all your waiting emotes. Duos, why you didn't play today? Not like it mattered. You would have gotten knocked out in round 1 anyway, like you always do. Waiting stream. Some finals. Imagine caring about your education more than a zero prize community tournament. This is why you'll never get far in life. So it looks like Runeterra and Nick went to the game 3. Same with Mariska Kepko. Same with Ninja Seth. What did let me see, what did Runeterra bring? So this is a Golden Necker Toussaint Sandor deck. You get some finals and tournaments. I'll believe it when I see it. We got a Maddox deck. Beautiful. Maddox NR inspired Zeal deck. With scouts. Scouts to copy the bomb memers. We have a Reckless Flurry deck, probably Witchers. Oh, interesting. The deck with the Arendite, Heatwave Muzzle, Junod, Reckless Flurry, discard package, and Fukusia. So like a mid-range Arendite Reckless Flurry deck. The point slam, the points come from discard package, from Axel, from from Quen, and possibly from Arendite. There's Bear Witchers, there's a Megascope. Alright. And there's the Dwarves deck. Zoltan, Broover, Eskel, Heatwave. Pretty typical what you expect. This one has 2 Mastercrafted Spears. Later, Trogo. Be nice to your students. A lot of mid-range gamers today. Looks like Capco didn't bring their Arrakis deck this week either. What did Capco bring? Golden Necker Reckless Flurry with Hemdall. Would you guys have ever... Holy crap, I just realized Hemdall went from 12 provisions to 9. And Sabbath went from 10 to 13. Okay. We live in a world. Hemdall Morkvarg in a Golden Necker deck. Just... Okay. This is my reality. Golden Froth went from 13 to 4. Golden Froth. What's Mahawk? Wait, what is Golden Froth? I'm confused. Oh. Gwent.1. Let's go down the memory lane of Gwent cards. What are some really interesting changes? Cards that used to be completely different. So it used to be like a proactive, like a lacerate for boosts. It used to be 9 provisions and boost all units on a row by 2. And then it was so good that it went from 9 provisions to 13. And then it got changed to 6 provisions. It became a 6 for 6, doing what it does now. Then it became a 5 provision card. And then it became a 4 provision card. That's wild. Because I guess this could have played for 18 points. Alright, so it looks like no GG won game 2. And we're going to see no GG Necker versus your base. This should be an interesting game. Let me see what the previous decks were. Only if you boost. You can win max per deck. That's Conquest format means like no GG playing Blood Money game 1 lost with it, so they get to play it again. But now that they won with it, they can't use it anymore. So it looks like Nerpays played their Guerrilla Tactics deck in game 1 and beat Bounty. Kind of makes sense because it's got a lot of Veil. And then their Bounty deck beats this Arrakis control deck. Where is it? Yeah, Blood Money beat this. Kind of makes sense. Griffins, Fiends are easy targets for bounty, and then there's not much like. I don't know actually. There's enough control that you could deal with bounty maybe, but that would have been a cool game to watch. I'm sad we missed it. So game 3 now. No GG has to either play Shield Wall or Scoia'tael, and Nerpies has to either play Mobilization or Arrakis. And so we're gonna see Guerrilla Tactics against Mobilization. So this is the Ship Ballista deck, and No GG's brought basically a non-Golden Necker Spellatail deck with Francesca, Gord. So instead of like the Golden Necker version, we're running Vigo, Heatwave. Did they just mulligan Heatwave? Did I see that correctly? Maybe not. Who won? Mariska? Congrats to the winner. Okay, so Nerpies is going to open with a Reinforced Ballista. Musicians is also in this deck, so it helps with your round 1 draws and thins. No Lady of the Lake, Oniromancy, or Mutagenerator is kind of tragic. And maybe they were hoping to draw one of those cards by playing Reinforced Ballista, but they didn't. So looks like there's not going to be a Mutagenerator in round 1, which is a pretty big deal. Because there was no Heatwave available for No GG. No GG didn't have Oniro and didn't have Heatwave in hand. Last game was long round with tactics and 2 funeral bloats on my side. That didn't end well. So we see Vile from No GG used to boost up Sarah, because this deck doesn't have a lot of top punish. There is, however, this artifact compression. And Sarah is 2 points per special. And like these cards can't be locked. Aside from Gord, which maybe you save compression for Gord, but like I'm not sure. I imagine Nerpies wants to get out of the round fast since they don't have Mutagenerator, but no. They're comfortable just dropping Arbalest. No GG is going to try and find an answer, and they do. Because this would have played for a lot of points. I'm kind of shocked it wasn't TA'd. Will we see the other Lyrian Arbalest get played here? This deck does not run there's no Necromancy. Interesting. Because Arbalests are a really big part of this deck, right? Because they stack up charges. I mean, this is stacking up charges, but these also stack up charges. Or Ship Ballista. So not TAing it is super sus. I guess maybe they're saving TA for Ship Ballista so it doesn't get muzzled, but this time, No GG does not find an answer to this Arbalest. So it's gonna live. And we're gonna see Flotsam come down. Excuse me. Flotsam, I guess Siege Tower or Banner Student are the options. Sleet Shower gets crew, although it's not super impactful on it. It does help sometimes with tempo. And no GG decides to pass once they see the setup. So the question is, does Nerpies go down a card? And I think they kind of want to. Yeah. So here you go. 1, keep track. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So this is now a 17 boost. 18 now. Then you casting now it's 18. And now it's 19. Okay. So we got a 21 power Reaver Scout, an 18 power Reaver Scout, and a 22 power Centurion Royal Guard. So you can heat wave one of these, but the other one lives, and you're going to have a few Royal Guards on your hand, especially with Queen Adalia. And I think No GG might be raging in the chat for the rest of the tournament. Yeah, no boost on Roche. It would have been funny. Oh my god, you guys have had no game sounds this whole time? Nobody said anything? Oh my god. Well then. Alright, well we have game sounds now. I apologize.
But we're broke as shit, penniless.
You gotta send the taunt there. Russian Ballistas feels like a self-imposed game of Russian roulette. I mean, a lot of times you end up I mean, maybe. But even if, like, a Roach gets boosted, it's not that big a deal, because you boosted two other units. Wait. What did we do? Did we just drop it instead of putting it off of a Dahlia? That seems like a tragic mistake. So Mahakam Pass. That's going to be 7 points. Does Lauren regret not heat waving this? I wonder. Gord is 6 points.
Cut the grid or I'll cut your dog.
Oh my god. Gord and 2 leaders instead of. I mean, that makes sense because this is actually 9. The key thing is, though, that Nerpace also doesn't have a lot of control, right? There's this artifact compression. But, like... Now we're... Oh, and there's no Roche in hand. Can you play Roche from AA? Yeah, you can. Looks like Gwent and Cyrus's game is over. You have 100 hours of Hades too. That's crazy.
My folk have suffered much.
Alright, so we got Francesca Findebear. I'm sure I'm saying that super wrong. Francesca Findebear
Things in the universe of which even the sages
on the
have
board.
not dreamt.
Maybe Lauren is hoping to play like double Heatwave with it? Yeah, it's gonna be Johnny.
Prince Proximo a pack of pickled peppers by the Pontar.
So this scout's gonna live. We should see a Sentry and Royal Guard come out. It's interesting that mobilization wasn't used on the scout.
Shit, I knew it. I told you so, you idiot.
Okay, it's used now. We're just... I guess we're gonna leave all the scouts. Yeah, double Heatwave is what I expected to see. Like we should have known that was happening because... Francesca. There's still a muzzle left too. And there's a Lady of the Lake into Oniro into Ship Ballista. I think that's... Or into Redanian Archer maybe?
Sound the alarm.
Wasn't her face a little too greedy trying to save all these for a Ship Ballista? I'm not sure. Double muzzle, yeah, might have been a play too. Muscle on the scout means it's no longer a reinforcement target. That was the last scout. We're gonna AA into a Ship Ballista. Right, then we're gonna Lady of the Lake into Oniro into Roche. Which will then play 2 out of these 3. The Ship Ballista is big enough now that it can't really be answered. On the other hand, Nerpies also can't really answer anything on the other side. Lauren also didn't get any orbs in the graveyard. That's important to note. So here comes Roche.
They charge him. Ah, Swarm will stop him.
And a lock on the Sorcerer. That's actually pretty good. Because that Sorcerer was like a 5 or 6 point card. +4, like +2.
The Valley of Flowers. There is no place more beautiful.
And it, I mean, probably wouldn't have been able to answer the Ship Ballista, but there was a world where it could have. Or at least force it to be used early. The Siege Master can't be clicked, right? Doesn't have any targets. So I think Nerpies has to play Reinforcements on Redanian Archer, then play Sentry and Royal Guard, and then finally play the cast, click everything, Ship Ballista, Casting Contest, click it again. But it's not going to be a lot of clicks. It's going to be like 7 or 8. And like, it'll still be like a 20 point of damage from Ship Ballista, but the carry, I mean... Wait, we're doing that now? Okay, I guess it was important to answer something?
Yes, that would fit perfectly.
We're just gonna get carried by our 22-point Centurion Royal Guard.
Is this day.
Yeah, okay. Instead of reinforcing the Redanian Archer and trying to get ship Ballista value, just copy the Royal Guard. Which will play for 16 points. No, 14 points. Now reinforcement will play for 14 points. Probably better. Right, you wouldn't be trying to hit the buff, but you have a 7 and a 10 you can hit. Oniromancy will grab Simless into Orb inside. Yeah, killing the Whisper was actually the more points. Because that Whisper was going to be like 30 points
Feign not
on the board.
ignorant. Remember to whom you speak.
What brings you here?
Just a small 31 for 5. No big deal.
You like surprises.
So, Nurpace wins game 3 by a 20-point margin. That was cool, though. It was interesting watching two decks with very sharp kind of strengths and weaknesses. Because those were not two generic mid-range decks, right? Fight asymmetrically. Nurpace went down a card round 1. I'll kill this guy. Full abuse light out. GG Lauren. Thanks for the games. We enjoyed it. Congrats to Nurpace for advancing to round 2. So let's take a look at the bracket. All right, so we got round 2 ready to go. Runeterra Gamer versus Kepko, IEXE versus Cyrus the Great, Ninja Pang versus Sudaishi, and Nerpies versus Beelgruff. Man, I want to watch all of these games. Type 1, 2, 3, or 4 for which game you guys want to see. Type 1 if you want to see Runeterra Kepko. Type 2 if you want to see IEXE Cyrus. Type 3 if you want to see Ninja Sudaishi. And Type 4 if you want to see Nerpies Beetlegruff. I see a 2, I see a 3. Another 2. You want to see Tibor? I see a 1. Actually, disregard my 2. I want to see Beetlegruff. Alright, so now we're all over the place. I got a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. All right, we got another 3. We got another 2. All right, another 2. Okay. Looks like the 2s have it. There's a late surge of 2s. I want to make sure I'm like assigned as observer to one so I don't miss a game. Okay. Let's take a look at Cyrus and Ty's decks. In truth, I want to watch every single one of these games, but so here are Ty's decks. What deck? Ninja NR? What do you mean? Oh, this is NR deck doesn't work? Let me see. This is... Oh. Okay, it's... Here you go. I fix it. Thank you for letting me know. It's this. This is the deck. It was pasted in there twice. The URL was repeated twice. Okay. So, back to the series that we are about to watch. TIE.exe has brought Uprising Witchers and our Witchers with Cohen. They've brought Golden Necker Arrakis Swarm with Crimson Curse. Kind of similar to Kepko's deck, but it's got Curse of Corruption and instead of Wolfsbane. And there's a Crimson Curse instead of something else. But it's got Chimeras, there's a Serquan, there's Knickers, there's Riptide, Parasite. Things you would expect. There's an Alchemy deck with Portal, Utkel, Compass. Portal, Utkel, Compass. Is Portal the only artifact? No, there's also a... Is this Kaer Saren? Kaer Morhen? One of the Kaers. And there's Little Hofrus. Interesting. So Alchemy with Little Hofrus. This leader passive heal procs Little Hofrus, as will these guys. And of course, when Utkel plays Alchemy cards, he heals himself, right? Telekinesis, double Freya. So the idea is to get 3 Freya's Blessings and then replay them all with Utkel. You play like Bear Witchers, and Hofru can heal the Bear Witchers. Very, very large amount of tempo or points in the last turn. And then finally we have a Toussaint deck with Ale. So this Ale can be used offensively. You boost your enemy's units because a lot of neutral cards doesn't say a friendly unit or an enemy unit. It just says a unit. So this deck also has 1 assassination. No joust though. Interesting. There's a Vilga Force, there's a Heatwave, there's an Ivar. Oh, there is a joust. I'm blind. So that's TIE.exe's lineup. And Cyrus has brought Golden Necker Movement, I think. Just gonna quickly go through them. Sorry. Yeah, this is Golden Necker Movement with a Lacerate. We got
you, need of
Golden Necker Vamps with Necrotome. We got Battle Stations Helga. And we've got Ragnarug Pirates. So very Cyrus lineup. The first game is going to be Golden Necker Movement Witchers. There's a Vial in both decks, so Vial's out. TIE.exe's playing Alchemy. So this Alchemy deck, in terms of control, it has a Heatwave, and then it's got Bear Witchers. That's basically it. Right? This is also a Bear Witcher, potentially. That means movement engines should be able to carry the day. Cyrus also has in hand Golden Necker and Alyssa. He's got 2 artifacts in deck, 4 specials, and plenty of units. So TIE.exe's gonna open. Cyrus is gonna open up with a Dolbathana Sentry. Doesn't even have to boost it because he knows there's no answer to it. And Ty opens with Portal, which pulls out Fish Flappers.
I choose no one. Never have.
So Cyrus is gonna drop Milva here in round 1. And there's no decoction to answer it. So right now Cyrus has 2 points per movement. And then he's gonna start dropping matrons, and the matrons will boost by one themselves per turn, and then the sentries will boost them by 1 per turn. So it's gonna be 3 points a turn worth of points. He probably won't even have to play Golden Necker in round 1. He could play Gwen into a Catwitcher, or he could play Gwen into Siri. This is all fine. Like, you don't mind the opponent's up 16 points of tempo when you're playing this deck. Because, as you can see, we're actually ahead. Or blue is actually ahead. Bear with your adept is picked. This is actually kind of cool. Before Adrenaline, you can pick play Harry Karduk and just bear with your adept, because Hafru becomes a 2-point a turn engine. So Pi is getting 3 points a turn, but Cyrus is getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 points a turn. But if he gets a Catwitcher, then he'll be getting 9 points a turn. Points do be coming. Okay, so Cyrus opts to play a Sentry. So now, rather than an extra Catwitcher. We're gonna Pedro all over the place. Let's go. As long as SD gets round control, they should be able to out-engine round 3. Exactly, the sheet, exactly. The only way this deck would lose this matchup is if they get bled round 2 and have a short round 3.
What is your wish? What do you desire, my lady of the seas?
All right, this is round 2. Hey, Skellige. NAS School's last series final. So far, we haven't had any super close games yet, but we had an interesting series, or interesting game 3 last series I casted.
You talked enough.
Okay, so Cyrus is actually going to go for Siri. Interesting. Rather than a Catwitcher. I guess he has enough engine value now.
I'll cleave you in two.
Here come the sound alerts.
I didn't sheathe it till the ground was slick with blood.
This is game 1 of the series between Cyrus and Kai Ixi. Wow, Cyrus commits Gatan. I guess he was always planning on doing that. But that's gonna be like 6 billion points. I'm not sure that was necessary. But I guess he feels like he still wins. With just the movement cards. Does have the Sirinova on the board. Is he gonna bleed? I feel like just Mata would have, well, maybe he wants to keep Mata for his combo. It is double Golden Necker, yes. But when you're against a deck like this that doesn't have engine value, and you do, you still want a long round. So I don't really see, like, I would just forget that I'm, like, I would just go long round and play 2 Golden Neckers in 1 round or something. Like, it's a free win, I feel.
Let's punch it.
If you have engines in round 3 against a no-engine deck that also has no control. Whereas if you bleed, like, you're kind of playing risky. Like, this can still win, it's just...
On Wart.
Here comes Triss. Into a Bear Witcher Adept. These are 1 point a turn engines. Next turn there'll be a Hofru. The problem with the Hofru Bear Witcher is that, like, the Hofrus heal this, and these also heal themselves, so it just goes to full health pretty quickly. I guess you still have Quartermasters to add to it. So here comes Golden Necker.
You're gonna fall. On the
Lacerate. Megascope should be for another Cat Witcher. We might see a leader charge on the Trianvor. We do, so we can finish off one of the Adepts. 1 less engine to worry about.
Modern Freyr is patient.
I think Cyrus was really hoping for Milena, because Milena has synergy with Trianvor and with Riot Brigade.
That's where I'll be, under the sea.
But that was kind of nice. That nice roll. Cat Witcher took out the other
Each of us dwells
Bear Witcher Adept, and so now there's nothing to fuel the Hofru other than
crowns?
Leader and Marjoram.
You ought to see the other beast.
We don't see a Marjoram used. So does Cyrus go for the 2-0? Because if he wants to go for the 2-0, he plays Mata now.
You will never forget.
And he doesn't know that Ty doesn't have a kill in hand. Because he also knows he's against a Compass deck. So usually bleeding a Compass deck is a good idea. Because Compass is a card they can't play here without milling themselves. Yeah, 2 Golden Neckers is more than enough, I guess. To just 2-0 here. These Cat Witchers are 3 points a turn each.
Stare at me stump again, see what happens.
And there's still another Golden Necker left. Which will have another Cat Witcher from Siga Castle. Or a Cat Witcher Mentor. Either one is pretty good. He even gets a Cat Witcher Mentor. Positioning doesn't matter because he already played his Catan. I think another Cat Witcher is the most points here.
It gets easier, kid. Never
But I
enjoyable,
could be
but
wrong.
easier.
Hit a 2, don't hit a 1. Okay, that's also fine. And then he just leaders to kill the Hopper. This game is Jover. And Tyxi knows it. So he'll forfeit. And Cyrus goes up 1-0, winning a game with Golden Necker movement. Well played. Found out Hecate's secret. And you should experience the vows of a rival version of these bosses. Are we talking about Hades? Hades enjoyers. I still haven't finished Hades 1. I've been addicted to Baldur's Gate 3. In classic Mosh fashion, I've started playing a game that was big 3 years ago. That's what I do. I play good games that are old. And also Gwent. You guys thought I meant Gwent was one of those things. Hades 2 is 10 out of 10. Ooh, boy. Can I please start Hades 1? I don't need to start it. I'm halfway through Hades 1. I don't know if I'm halfway, but I'm almost like I'm in Act 3. I've gone to Act 3 a few times. I haven't beat Act 3 yet. I started by playing them both. Like I would play Hades and then play BG3 because they're two completely different types of games, right? BG3 is also good. It is good. It's very big. There's just a lot to do. I'm 90 hours in, and I'm still just in Act 2. I think I've finished up everything in Act 1. I went back and tried to do everything. But yeah, so let's see what this is the match we're watching. Right? Guerrilla Tactics is done. Vampires got banned. Tucson got banned. So from red coins, Cyrus probably could play Pirates, could play Helga. Helga and Slave. And then Ty has to either play Arrakis, Alchemy, or Uprising Cohen. Game 1 did not go great for them, but it was also a very bad matchup. Like, I saw this, and I was like, oh, Movement should win this game. AC is a bit weaker on the story, but definitely better in combat. Yeah, it's... I think that's just a normal thing with sequels to good games, right? Because a game story is always better the first time. Red Dead 2 excluded. Like, most games that are like, will have a 1 and a 2. Just because in the first one, you're experiencing the world for the first time while you're also learning the story, right? It goes together. The second time, even if the story is very good, it's just going to be very hard for it to be mind-blowing. If you guys like Hades, you should try out Transistor and Bastion. Those games are by the same studio. I played Bastion a while ago. It's pretty fun. Transistor I have, it's on my list of games to play. Who's acting in the writing? Yeah, it's... Sam called the writing in Hades like anime. And I was like, oh my god, that's what they are. They're anime characters. Like, they're anime-fied, like, Greek gods. But, like, it's just, like, that's how they're talking. And then once I understood that, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. But anyway, we got a game of Gwent before us. Tyxe's playing Golden Necker Swarm. And Cyrus is playing Pirates. This should be interesting. Fortunately for Ty, he got his Wallhund Riders out immediately. And Cyrus just played Tempest. He didn't draw any Funeral Boats. He likes to play Funeral Boats in this deck with Tempest, but he didn't really have any Funeral Boats. And Ty just drops the Siri on the back row. He was hoping that some turns of Frost will be wasted. But Knickers comes out and says, no, I eat the Frost. I want to play in the snow. Yeah, well, once you understand that Hades is just anime, you're like, oh. It's... Because for me, it was like cognitive dissonance, like seeing all those like Greek gods. And then like the writing and like the British kind of... The fake British, like... temperament, you know? Father, How dare you disapprove of my actions? Father. Not to touch it? No, that's just like the writing aesthetic, I guess. But don't let that hold you back. It's just a fun game to play. Like, don't let people overhype it, you know? Because then you expect too much. Interesting. So Ty actually uses PA to boost Siri Nova. Not being too weird. It's not very mature writing. I will say that, anyway. But the music is good. The gameplay is good. And the way they reveal the story is kind of novel. So we see abordage into deranged Corsair on the back row to try and get some points off this Siri Nova, but Siri dodges all the pings. Like a boss. And Ty drops an Arrakis Behemoth. Interesting. I mean, Yen is coming. So if Cyrus wants to have any chance at winning this round, he's gotta start reducing the numbers here. He's not getting a lot of armor, right? Like, that's an issue for Pirates Against Swarm, because drones have one base power. They cannot ever be injured. Here comes abordage. Should be a deranged Corsair on the front row, followed by a leader. Oh, he just wants... Okay, bro, but there's not enough turns left for all this Cataclysm. And this Skellige Wolves will go back to the... Oh, maybe that's why. So, from having played Cyrus's deck, I can tell you that what Ty should do is commit what he needs to win the round. He's going to play Decree. Is he going to be into Chimera? Yeah. And he puts the Chimera on the back row. This is a lot of points, right? For Cyrus to make up. And I think if you're Cyrus, it's fine to just pass. Like, Swarm isn't going to be able to bleed you very well, is it? If you have 2 leader charges, you got Crack on Crate, you got Funeral Boat. Y'all, like, Justiana's really good against Swarm. Because if you look at it, what has Cyrus really committed? A Feral Bond, 2 Abordage, 2 Corsairs. Okay. No, he's decided he can do it. So he drops a Funeral Boat. Kind of daring Ty to pass. Also interesting that he didn't ping the Behemoth. So this should ping the Behemoth because it's gonna do 1 more damage. That's why I was concerned about the Cataclysm on the back row, because opponent can just pass. Yeah, you can commit like Yen, but then like your round 3 is kind of, I don't know. Maybe it'll be fine. Oh, okay. This crazy sequence of things. So he commits Hjalmar. I guess he figures Hjalmar always gets COC. But now he's going to have the long round that he wants. He denied carryover from his opponent. I would say there's almost a 0 chance that Cyrus bleeds here. He's got Ragnarok, he's got Dagger. Dagger 2 blades, although Dagger TOC, I don't know. Yeah, Long Dawn with 2 scenarios is going to be pretty good for Cyrus. That's why I'm like saying I don't see him wanting to bleed here. So what's left in terms of control? There's a Serquan, there's a COC, and there's a Parasite, right? And a Riptide. Forgot about Riptide. Riptide shouldn't be able to kill anything. Yeah, Croc has 10 armor. I mean, if you open with a boat... Really interesting. I think both players have chances. Like, this deck removes a lot of bodies, but this deck creates a lot of bodies. And... well, no Riptide is actually kind of a big... yeah, no Riptide's a huge deal. Because Riptide was going to be really important. In stopping the boats. So we're just going to open Ragnarok. Just burn it all down. There are 3 gold in hand. Now we're going to open. We're going to play Endless Voyage to see if there's a Riptide. There are 2 pirates in hand. Serquan is going to answer the boat. We'll have to see if that was a mistake or not. Yeah, but the Cataclysm answered a 4P Arrakis Nest. There's another Arrakis Nest. So there's COC to answer Krakon Crate. And Ty is making sure that his Riptide is going to get value. This should be when we see Golden Necker come out. If it's me, I full leader here and I Golden Necker.
Your magic can.
He's gonna play Maxi first.
No magic can.
There's the funeral boat. This funeral boat's gonna be a lot of value. The Arrakis Nest, fill the melee row with drones. Pretty good roll on the passive. This deck used to have seagulls in it. The Ragnarok is... okay. Cyrus says, no, you can't have drones. Stop trying to have drones. But Ty is gonna fill up his row again, and now he gets Riptide, but Riptide's just gonna clash with Justiana, which is not great, but he puts it on the back row. Nat selection will do nothing. Just hit the Bjorn, it's the most points. This Chimera is kind of sad. This is why I think maybe a turn ago was better for Golden Necker. This Chimera played for 10 points. This should have been in the front. It doesn't matter anymore. Because the other Chimera is not in hand. Riptide played for 9 points. Escape. But it's gonna get... I mean, it's the only good Drakkar target. I would infuse it and play Raiding Fleet right now if I'm Cyrus. Just to get some value from my bleeds. This is also an option. Maybe he's gonna go grab Encrate Marauder. His yen's gonna be still a lot of points though. He didn't remove enough. Like raiding fleet. Oh, and he also missed dagger. That's another problem for Cyrus. Dagger 2 blades was a huge source of points. He had 3 things that needed to be answered by COC, and he played one round 1, and he didn't draw the other one. So, at least he cleans up the back row. There's a few less bodies.
You crossed the wrong sorceress.
And yeah, yen is not enough points because there's 6 bodies here, and this should easily be enough points for Cyrus. And this dim and light longship should hit the yen, because that's an extra point from the funeral boat. There it is. Pretty good matchup for Pirates if they win round 1. And that's why I think Ty giving up round 1 was a mistake. So Cyrus ends up winning the series 2-0 and advances to the next round. Congrats to Ty, and congrats to Cyrus for advancing, and cool decks by Ty as well. Thank you for participating. So, can we catch maybe game 3 here of Nerpies and Beetlegruff? The mistake I find a lot of yen is not playing her early. Yeah, they try to get like, they try to play her when their board is full, but they should do it as soon as like, if you have 9 units and the opponent has like 3. You want to see Sodaishi versus Ninja? The battle of the mid-range gods. Looks like Kepko beat Runeterra Gamer 2-1. Kepko will be playing against Cyrus in the next round. This is what's Rosma deck? No. This Golden Necker Arrakis deck is not a Rosma deck. This? Mid-range means so there's point slam decks and there's control decks, and mid-range is between the two of them. So you have some point slam and you have some control. I mean, lots of people have been playing this deck or something very close to this deck for a long time. It's just a standard Arrakis deck. Golden Neck Arrakis with, like, some people play Bone Talisman, some people play Yen, some people play Yen and Bone Talisman. Like Chimeras and Swarm and Behemoth are in all the decks. It didn't. I mean, if you go back the last 6 tournaments, somebody's playing this deck. In all of them. In fact, if you go back the last 40 tournaments, somebody's playing this like every month. There's greedy decks. I don't know what decks are considered greedy. Like, those are just bad decks. Right? GG Ty. There's engine overload decks. Like, if you have a deck that just says, I hope my opponent doesn't have any control ever at all, that's a meme deck, right? If you have a deck that says, I have 7 engines, and opponent will answer 3 or 4 of them, but the other 3 will give me enough points, that's an engine overload deck. Yeah, I guess what you call greedy is probably what would be considered cheesy or memey or whatever. Like Sienna, Stefan, Helga is probably a greedy deck. Is Alumni a greedy or a meme deck in the meta? I guess I don't usually use the word greedy myself. Because, like, it can mean different things. It can mean it's a deck that hopes opponent doesn't have any answers, or it can mean it's a deck that hopes opponent never bleeds, or it's a deck that means it doesn't have a lot of consistency and hopes it draws its cards, right? Like, if you play like an Erendite Portal Mamuna deck with no other tutors or whatever, you're just kind of hoping you draw your thinners in round 1 and then you draw your golds by round 3. Something like that. You missed the meta tier lists? I did them for a while after the team stopped. I did like my own tier list. But it's a lot of work and like it's not very valuable. Because it doesn't matter how the decks are ranked in some arbitrary ranking. What matters is, hey, what's a strong deck for this faction that I can play right now? And the answer to that question is usually 2 or 3 different decks by different people. So ranking those decks against each other is kind of pointless because what you run into on ladder determines which of those decks is better. Once a deck is good, how good is it, like, relative to other good decks becomes such a subjective hair-splitting and irrelevant discussion that it doesn't help anyone. Because, like,
I forgive you.
a deck can be S tier and B tier at the same time, depending on what you're running into, and what time of the day you're playing, and what region you're, like, because of your time zone, and who happens to be playing what when you're queuing. Like,
We follow Letho's lead.
hello, Rune Mage into Kingslayer. Beetlegruff is gaming.
I'm a horse.
Every deck I play is D tier. Every deck my opponent plays is S tier.
Shall
Yeah.
be proud of his sons.
Losing your Roche is kind of a big deal there, but it's not over for Nerpies because Beetle
I'm an officer and a gentleman.
didn't draw a Shoop and doesn't have Heatwave in their deck. So Mutagen's gonna get value even without Roche. Wait. Oh my god, the Arbalest lives. The Arbalest lives. These are 6p. I think you Flotsam and play a 5p front to try and keep these alive. Yeah, Flotsam. And then Scout in the front should be the answer. And it is.
You one of us or not?
Oh wait, Scout's also 6p. He forgot. Maybe not. Maybe he figures if he Scout lives, he wins anyway. But this Arbalest is making me so nervous. Like, he's just one... Okay, he's gonna kill the crossbow. But it should see a Slave Driver on Light Cav, and the Scout will be gone. And the Arbalest may live, but the Arbalest lost 4 charges. So... is it really alive? Yeah, Chichi, that's what I was saying. You should play 5p card in the front row. Like Kara. Might have been the better choice. I don't know. I feel like Nilfgaard has the most archetypes that actually try to keep you from blocking from playing the game. That's kind of their faction identity, yeah. They try to like, they don't necessarily kill everything you play, they try to stop your deck from working. At least some of their archetypes, that's how they work.
Fuck you, Nilf garbage.
That's why a lot of people hate Nilfgaard, because it disrupts their play.
Well, fucking on jammy then!
So Beetlegroff reactivates the light cav with the leader charge, and the ship ballista just dies. And Nerpies is kind of in trouble. Not winning round one. Like, he has some carryover. And Beetlegroff might pass here.
Shall be recompensed.
Maybe not. Yeah, because
Have a look at that.
both ship ballistas are
Falling
gone.
stars.
And they died to, like, I mean, between Joust Assassination and these light calves. I'm not even sure Beetlegroff had to play there. Like, this round is over. Nerpies can't play any further, I don't think. Like, what can you possibly play here that would get you ahead enough? Ship Ballista is not the only win con of the deck. Okay, he's gonna play.
I pass on every 10th round.
Next too.
Think so smooth, it's almost a frictionless surface. I'd rather play against in NG metas than in NR metas.
Weapons on
That's
the
my
bench
feeling on
now.
the subject.
You dare?
At least Nilfgaard can be outpointed. Although Simulate metas have always been kind of rough for the kinds of decks I like to play. You know, decks with good cards. I'm kind of shocked that Beetle kept playing. Like, what was Beetle scared of? But I guess the last card the Beetle played was just a Diplo, so it wasn't a big deal. But AA into Siege Master is like a new way to game. Now, I don't imagine ever Beetlegroff bleeding here, but you know, turning around is also good. Okay, never mind.
Rig the sails.
I'm wrong. We see. I mean, I guess this is pretty good. The Marine's gonna actually boost on turn 1. So here comes Adalia into Reaver Scout. Reaver Scout has really good synergy with Flotsam, and it can't actually be killed because it has a shield. So instead we see War Council into Radea. Beetlegroff's just setting up... Oh, Radea does it. Yeah, Radea is the answer. I guess Beetle's trying to bleed out the leader. I think Nerpies is forced to play Scout here. And just leader it. And then Beetle will just either Erendite or pass.
Shit peddling.
I mean, Beetle still has the leader charge. And yeah, like you see this on the board. There's no reason for you to keep playing into it. So here comes an archer. It's gonna get copied 6 times, and Flotsam will be clicked and copied again. But like none of it matters because Beetle's already gone. Beetle says, "See ya, wouldn't want to be ya." We didn't even click the Flotsam. Should have clicked. If it's green, I click. I don't think Nerpies is in a good place. Now, he does have AA into Scout. And if the Scout lives, then he's got a lot of things he can do with it. But he needs some Royal Guards, I think. Because you want it, like, this is just gonna die. Oh my, this is the worst card. Missing both Royal Guards and then drawing Artifact Compression instead against, like, this play will still play for 6 points. This is not what was needed. And what's even worse is, Shoop's just gonna yoink this and then click it to play another Sergeant. Get ready for Shoop yoink. In fact, you can even battle prep it if you were worried about it dying. Not like this NR bros. This was not a good matchup for Nerpies, I think. Either way.
History shall remember the art.
Wait. So I guess we're saving... So Beetle's plan, rather than yoinking this and humiliating his opponent, their opponent, is to actually just answer everything that's played. So we're gonna see like Erendite or Shoop Lock, or just Alba. Let's try again. A 2-tempo reinforcement. And here comes Shoop damage 4 or Shoop Lock. Yeah, it's over. There's even, like, Erendite's still waiting. Like, even if there was another scout somehow. Enough control to stop Nerpies' deck in its tracks. The Beetle... Someone looked at this and was like, yeah, I think NR is not fun to play against. It's not! If you didn't have... if you weren't playing the, like, Shoop deck with 7 locks, literally 7 locks, and an assassination, and some damage engines, like, NR would have just
Fuck you,
run
needle
over
garbage.
with carryover abuse. Okay, so we're to the semifinals now. God, my title is always wrong. So we're in the semifinals. We got Kepko versus Cyrus the Great, and we got Ninja Pang versus Beetle Gruff. None of these guys are strangers to the tournament, always finishing high. I'm gonna start the round. Type 1 or 2 for which series you want to watch. Type 1 for Kepko versus Cyrus, 2 for Ninja Pang versus Beetle Gruff. Oh my god, what am I doing? Looks like everybody wants to watch Kepko versus Cyrus. Skiko wants to see Ninja versus Beetlegruff. Hey, Skiko. Retired champion in the chat. How you been, man? If Sadaishi and Ninja Bang want to play their last game in friendlies or whatever, I would have been open to it. Disconnects suck. Alright, I'm going to take a short break. And I'm going to run some ads so we don't get them in the middle of the semifinals. And I'll be back with you shortly. So it looks like Cyrus banned Kepco's Death Wish deck. Oh no.
I'll reduce your pathetic realms
All right.
to embers.
So Kepco versus Cyrus. Semifinal number 1. The Helga deck was banned and Death Wish was banned. We're gonna see Kepco's Helga deck versus Cyrus's Pirates deck. I think this matchup comes down to whether Helga lives. But I expect Kepco to try and contest round 1 and beat round 2. But their Cyrus can, especially from Red Coin against these like Scorpion decks, it can be hard for Pirates to get points on the board. But looks like Cyrus is going to open Tempest and start doing damage to the Scorpion.
A clever maneuver.
Wait, did I just see a Diplo into B-roll boat? That's crazy. This funeral boat has to get answered now. Capco's just gonna play Coded Weapons onto on-crate Longship, and then
Sand are plenty in them.
Magni
Lieutenant Flight will lead the
into War Council
Pretend
into a
you shall be
Purify.
victorious today.
Now the Scorpion has 5 charges. None of these are good.
By the race of Morhog,
I guess that gives armor. Maybe Cyrus is just trying to get armor and not win the round. Cyrus can answer the Scorpion with 1 leader charge and a dim and light longship. Looks like that's what he's gonna do.
As good as dead, that lot.
Pepco could replay one of these with a false theory. This remedy is currently not active. Wow. Funeral Boat did a lot there.
A highly curious case.
Somehow Cyrus has managed to hang on to this, even though I didn't expect him to. Is Boat Builders the play? Or just light longship? You play a longship on the back row, you can kill a Magni. Yeah.
The North must be destroyed.
So Ardo will force Cyrus to pick up his longship. Ardo is also a lot of tempo. But now will Cyrus just play a Corsair on like a light ship and then leader it? That would be a lot of points. That's what I would do. Then you can play the light ship after. It would probably get some armor from Ardal or this Magni. But it would be Cyrus's last leader gone. He would then need to save Justiana to answer Helga. But if you don't win this round, War Council will protect Helga anyway from pretty much anything because this deck doesn't have Heatwave.
Ever used some fool's skulls for a club?
Okay, well, why not do that exact thing on the light ship? That might have been a rope issue. And this might be Kepko's chance to pass. Yeah. So he gets out the round. And Cyrus can just play a dim and long ship, I think. Because I think the Boat Builder's better. No, he disagrees.
Need all the pitch we can brew for this one.
So Ardal and War Council committed versus 2 leader charges. Battle of the 2 decks with control engines.
Harder
Sandor is played to put Valkyrie in the opponent's deck, so he can play with Abduction in the next round. It also improves the draws. Oh my god, Stefan is the last card? No way. Whatever. He'll get it. Oh, also Battle Stations was committed round 1. The Cupco did commit a decent amount. He's got a Vilgefortz, he's got a Coated Weapons, and he's got Stefan. Fury could also play an Assassination or Coated Weapons if needed. Cyrus, on the other hand, has missed, like, everything. But he keeps the False Siri. This False Siri has anti-synergy with Ragnarok. But Kepco did mulligan the Toxicologist. So... Wait. Was there a Toxicologist played in round 1? No. Is this Abduction a brick? Probably not, right? Like, one of these is probably from a Coated Weapons. Yeah, I don't think keeping False Siri was worth it. Because, like, if you play False Siri now, like, then your own Ragnarok's gonna hit it.
Bow before Nilfgaard's rightful empress. I bring you news from the crushing tides.
And Kepco's stacking a row because he knows there's a Ragnarok. Amp up the music slightly. Okay, so here comes Ragnarok. Gonna start hitting his own series. And now here comes Helga. Justiana will not be able to finish it off. Well, actually, no. Justiana, because it procs chapter 1 of Ragnarok, so Justiana, if one of the pings okay, abordage into Justiana might be enough. I feel like it was better to abordage something else rather than hit the shield.
Got the heart.
Oh, right, he could just kill it that way. That also works. Never mind. But this False Siri will no longer come back. See, this is what I was saying. This False Siri will now be 7 power at the end of the game. Blueherd used to boost the Scorpion. I think you just play Hjalmar and remove this. And you end up removing this as well? Guess not. I guess this works. If I'm Kepco, you just play Stefan Skella now, right? Or maybe you play another Blueherd? No, we play Coated Weapons. So that we can play the Corsair ourselves before playing Vilgefortz? All right, so it's gonna be a low scoring round 3, right? 10-8, and this is because both players are removing each other's cards. But at the end of the day, if this Scorpion lives, the Skeleton will do a lot of damage. On the other hand, is Hjalmar ever going to get a better target than the Scorpion? Hmm? Yeah. Kepko just pulls the trigger now and plays Skeleton. He's going to remove the Krakon crate. Wait, he's going to yoink the Krakon crate. Just limiting Ragnarok value. And like, what's happened now is Cyrus has limited his own Hjalmar value. Maybe he plays Justiana.
I'll shatter my ass with your teeth.
And everything lives. How much value has the Scorpion gotten? Like, if we had just killed it with the Hjalmar when we could have, our Krakon crate wouldn't have gotten yoinked. However many tactics, like this played for another 6 to 8 points. I feel like it's crazy to leave it standing. Hey, Sam. So, like, you want to play Hjalmar before playing Feral Bond, kind of. Because then things boost by their armor. But not really anymore, because Justiana doesn't have any armor, and Hjalmar won't have a lot of armor left. And this on-crate Marauder doesn't hit the Skellige Wolves. That's kind of tragic. Abduction into Corsair. Then only one ping has to hit. Wow. He gets the Cataclysm to proc. But Kepko's gonna have enough points, I think. Cyrus should be playing Terror of the Seas now. As his last card. To deny Vilga. Like, he knows the last card is Vilgefortz. He knows. Nothing else it could be. You play this back row, then Vilgefortz will play for not a lot. He might even pull out a... no, he wouldn't pull out Dagger. You might also see a defensive Vilgefortz, just on the Croc. Either way, playing Hjalmar now is a mistake. And he's just gonna float it with the armor.
Quite the menial task.
To force it to be removed. This is a 20-point Hjalmar, 21 points actually. And that's more than enough. Wow, okay, I did not see that coming. Holding Hjalmar for the last play was actually the play. There wasn't enough proactive points. For Kepko? Crazy. That's the battle of an unstoppable force and an unstoppable force. Y'all more uncrate is coming for you. Okay, we need different music. Alright there. I was just typing for a second. Please don't go. Yeah, same. That was a surprising ending. Scorpion won the game, yeah. It seemed like... I mean, that was the reason, like... I kept thinking you should play the Hjalmar and remove the Scorpion. And maybe my line wins there too, but not removing it meant... Or keeping Hjalmar for last ended up being enough points also. Just a 20-point finisher against an NG removal deck ended up being enough. But now we have Cyrus playing Vampires against the same NG deck. This is going to be, I think, a more difficult challenge for Cyrus because he has a lot less control now. So he's going to have to bleed out the Helga and two Scorpions. He wants any chance at winning this game. He does have Fletters in hand. He does have Decree for Operator. Excuse me. That's going to be the opener. Sam, how's the audio? Everything sound good? Volume-wise? Thank you. So we got Magneton battle stations for Kepko. He's gonna play a Scorpion and a Magni.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Is he gonna coded weapons the musicians? Yes, he is. But it does mean he doesn't get to kill the Fletter. Cyrus missed Necrorat. There's no Necrorat. He could Curse Scroll for it. That would require putting an Ice Giant at the bottom of the deck though, and he doesn't like doing that usually. Instead he just drops another Fletter, uses a leader charge to get ahead. And he positions us here so that Assassination can't kill him. I think Kepko should... With how many tactics Kepko has in hand, maybe he should have just played the other Scorpion. Or I don't know if he drew that from battle stations. Like, might have missed it. He's got two coded weapons. He's got an Assassination, Diplo, a Remedy. Remedy is gonna smurf here, by the way. Okay, he's gonna coded weapons the Fletter. I feel like assassinating it was the better play, so that he could remedy it. But I guess this is another way of removing it from the graveyard. Cyrus grabs a mega scope and puts an ice giant back at the bottom of the deck. The ice giant might come out from Vilgefortz anyway, even if it doesn't come out from Tome.
Egg duty again.
Toxicologist on the flitter is also an interesting choice. As opposed to... Yeah, I guess because it goes to the bottom. So Cyrus just drops an ice giant. And now there's a flutter on the board with no amnesty in hand. You see a coded weapons used instead. I feel like that was Menno into amnesty, but maybe he really wants to save Menno for War Council. Like if you want to wreck a Tome deck, you mess up their graveyard.
Those hooves! We'll both be hanged.
And I feel like Remedy and Amnesty do a better job of that than Coded Weapons, but maybe I'm not thinking of something through. Thanks for the follow, Duskboard. Welcome to the stream. And we also see a leader charge used on the big... Okay, so that's another way to mess up the graveyard, is the leader charge. The Kepko kind of knows if he wins on even, the game is over. And Mirishka with the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Hey, Matu. Mirishka has the cutest emotes. Especially that potato one is my favorite. The potato high. Yeah, so without a way to remove the Scorpion, he also couldn't play. Hey, what happened to the... Oh, what happened to this flutter? Cyrus is forced to play his last leader charge.
A highly curious case.
Comes a remedy. Basically, just stealing all your units. Piggy got stolen. Got killed by Riptide, but Piggy got stolen. A flutter got remedied, and then the other flutters were put back into the deck. But these flutters aren't that much of a threat if the Necrorats get answered, because there's no more leader charges left for Cyrus. Cyrus plays Oriana, which kicks Kepko out of the round. But at this point, with no graveyard, maybe Kepko's feeling confident that he can win without bleeding. Cyrus at least has Maxi. I don't know if that's a good thing. He does not, like... He does not have a way to answer Helga, so he has to bleed, right? But, like, how do you bleed with this? You just drop the flutter and hope they kill it? There is one flutter in the graveyard. He's gonna drop a lemons and probably banish the Boohurt, if I had to guess. Yep. No. Did he banish the piggy? He banished something. I didn't see what it was. Was it assassination? No, was it? Anyone know what lemons banished? Here comes Sandor putting False Siri in Cyrus's deck. So Cyrus is just dropping a flutter, which Kepko will yoink with his amnesty. You know, Cyrus is banishing Kepko's graveyard. Okay, so we are going to Golden Neck around 1. And Sandor is boosting to high heavens because... wasn't it better here to resurrect the Ice Giant since we have a flutter in hand? I think he gets stolen. Yeah, because this flutter now doesn't pull anything from the graveyard. Hey, this is just so sad. Like,
You have no chance. Do you not see that?
part along the flutter is enough to get ahead. Yeah, because it plays for 14 tempo. Cyrus is gonna keep banishing. He can get ahead, so he's gonna. That makes total sense, though. But at the end of the day, there's gonna be a War Council on the board, a Helga in the deck, a Helga Stefan War Council. Like, there's nothing that Cyrus can do to answer it. This game is over. Which is good for you guys because we get to see a game number 3. Milk card, fuck yeah. This is... kind of an impossible matchup to begin with, but... yeah, okay. You need a Jotun. Not that it matters, because it gets Vilgeforced anyway. Ah, he missed Vilgefortz. There is that. And Cyrus once again keeps the false theory in hand. He did it last game, so this time Kepko mulliganed the abduction. So it's not even, this doesn't even brick the abduction.
All these signs can mean.
Yeah, it just dies. I don't know what to say. There's nothing to say. It like this game's over. We're just watching.
Fuck you, needle for garbage.
Vampires die slowly.
The revolution is inevitable, merely a matter of time.
Alright, so next game. What did...
The good of the Empire. That is what matters.
What I want to understand is why Cyrus
Today
banned
you did the Empire
Kepko's
great
Death Wish
favor.
deck. Renfrey and Golden Neck. Yeah, no, nobody plays Renfrey Ramps anymore. Been nerfed to oblivion. Vampires are strong, Copio. Vampires have always had a problem of they can't translate their bleeds into damage. And when you have a card like Hefty Helga, bleeding at 1 point a turn isn't gonna do anything for you. Like it takes you 6 turns or 9 turns a whole round to get through the boost of a Boohurt. Like it's just so sad. You all vote for my bait. Now I'm going to my weekly soapbox of people who nerf Renfrey and Golden Neck are literally subhuman. Yo, Jim, how's it going? So, what I was going to try and see is... So this is the Death Wish deck. But, like... I feel like... I mean, Pirates wouldn't be good into this. And Vampires... might struggle against this from red. But this gets played from blue. I was trying to see if I could understand why Cyrus banned it, and I think I do. But like, Guerrilla Tactics also loses to Nilfgaard. Everything loses to Nilfgaard. Everything he plays. Except his Onslaught didn't. His Onslaught beat it. But regardless, Nilfgaard and SK are gone. So now Kepko has Reckless Flurry or Precision Strike. Those are his choices. So here's the Reckless Flurry deck. And here's the Precision Strike deck. This is the Gazrath Precision Strike we've seen before. And this is Reckless Flurry. This is Golden Necker Hemdall Morkvarg Dagger. Summoning Circle. Okay, we're gonna pin this for later. Hemdall literally 9 provisions just cracked me up. Is there any way to check NG win rate across the tournament? Manually, I guess. You could do it for today's tournament. Wouldn't be too hard, but if you want to do it across all of the tournaments, no, you would probably want to write some sort of scraper. I think Lario did have something like that. Where like if given a Gwent tournament page, he could extract all of the decks and all of the cards in those decks into a spreadsheet. That's how he used to do his analysis spreadsheets. So he probably has something pretty close to it. I'm not opening an idea for foreseeable. Sorry, not sure I follow. NGN Slave is garbage deck. It is what killed Gwent. Opinions differ on what killed Gwent. I think what killed Gwent was CDPR saying no more Gwent Masters. I could probably, but scrape the tourneys I've done, but the idea of doing that to run on play Gwent just sounds inhumane. Like, why the fuck would I make my poor machine have to interact with the site any more than necessary? Yeah, so this, like, first step would be, given a tournament link, get all the info about that tournament. Once you have that, then it becomes a matter of getting all the tournament links. That's a separate problem. And one that I could do manually. Like, it would take me 2 hours. Or 3 hours or whatever. But it's fine. Right? Like, because it would take longer to program it, I think, than just to copy them by hand. Gwen was killed by CDPR or by Necker, Renfrey, Temple, Henry, Military. Yeah, everybody has cards they hate that they play for Gwent's death. But I think it's all a little misguided because one card doesn't really affect the fate of Gwent in that way. Even like the last 2 years of card drops, all of which had like ridiculous problems in my view anyway. I don't think any of them were that damaging. But the most impactful thing for the fate of Gwent was a multiplayer online PvP game not being something CDPR had any experience with, and as a result of that, they ended up not running it well from a business standpoint. And that means money-wise, that means like pick something as simple as a friends list, right? Like, if this was Blizzard, like, that shit's built into Battle.net. They already have, like, friends and invites, like, messaging. All that stuff is already built into, like, the foundation of their engines. Their games all have chat. Like, that all would have worked. CDP had to build all that from scratch because they didn't, like, The Witcher doesn't have chat, doesn't have a friends list. Like, there's no social feature in any, like, just something that simple takes so much effort if you're only doing it once for one game. And if you're a company that doesn't know how to like just reuse existing stuff like Steam. Like they could have just piggybacked on all like on Steam, but they wanted to have their own everything for other reasons. And so like it's stuff like that. I think stuff like that is a lot more impactful. Or a lot more of the reason why. But anyway, Reckless Flurry versus Vampires. Vampires from Red Coin. And Cyrus is doing the same thing he did last time, which is to drop 2 Fletters and leader them. I think it's a little questionable to not drop Necrorat first. Because, like, what's going to answer the Necrorat? Meanwhile, we say a casual Hemdall for 12 points. But Riptide is what needs to be nerfed. Alright? I'm not counting the synergy. I'm not counting the fact that there was only 4 cards in the opponent's row. This is the minimum case of a Hemdall with 4 units on the other side. Plays for 12 points. Riptide, best case, plays for 12 points. But whatever. I played a dumb 4P card and gave it Crystal Skull and Riptide killed it, so I'm gonna cry about it. Because I didn't play around it by playing other card first. Yeah, cry about your immune card that you could, like, literally boost with Call of the Forest to be out of Riptide's reach. Getting killed because he saved his Riptide for round 3 and you played an immune card, you bastard. I know. But listen, man. Ranting about dumb things is my shtick, alright?
Another little thunderbolt. Sure.
So Cyrus so far is pretty happy with how this round went, I think. Minus maybe a leader charge use. He got to put 2 Fletters in the graveyard and his Ice Giant. Might have preferred playing Piggy. Oh no. Let's come back. Okay, we're good. On the other hand, Kepco didn't commit a lot. I mean, kept all aside. He still has his Summoning Circle, which will pull out a Greatsword or Jutta. Because remember, Jutta is a 13 for 6, while Pugo... What's Pugo at now? Is it like an 8 for 7 or 8 for 6? Is Pugo 6 provisions yet? Toxic Streamer. Let's go! Oh, and we got hype. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna wait till they play a card. And now we see a mulligan on a Witch Apprentice, which pulls another Witch Apprentice. Did you know that pigs can fly? Because this pig can in fact fly. But in order for it to get 2 points a turn, first you gotta have 25 points on the board. Which Skellige says, good luck, bro. I got attack helicopter leader, I got attack helicopter cards, I got unanswerable engines unless you heat wave them. Because every Balanced Council voter thinks that if I haven't seen a card in a while, it must be buffed to beyond removal range. Because that's what we do now. We can't buff specials, but we're just going to keep buffing units by power till the sun don't shine. And we're never going to reverse any of them. We're going to buff Herkia, we're going to buff... I can't wait for Dagger to have like 7 base power. Just a year from now. Here we go. We see Oncrate Marauder come down. And that's it. So all Cyrus wanted to do was put Piggy in the graveyard. Which makes sense. He wants a long round. The problem for him, though, is because he's playing Golden Necker, which, as we all know, is OP and has 0 downsides whatsoever, and absolutely no counterplay. But humor me. Because he's playing Golden Necker, he doesn't actually have a Tall Punish. Okay? He doesn't run Heat Wave, or he can't have Heat Wave or Geralt. He could have run COC, but COC could kill his own letters. So, as a result of that, he has literally nothing he can do about Dagger. Okay? So here comes Golden Necker. That's... Doesn't get Necrotome. He's cooked. I wonder what he saw with his Maxi. Because this Megascope is 0 points. Oh, instead of a Necrotome that could have been 1,000,000 points. Alright, this game's over. I can't even be toxic about this. Just delete everything. This will now play for 11 points. At some point, this game, yeah. Just ping this first, and then 11 for floor. I should be glad Necker gets smacked, but Necker gets smacked by Necker. I'm confused about my feelings.
No one else dares face me.
What happened to this side of the board? Anyone? All right, a 4 provision card was played. My bad. My bad. I didn't see the board wipe.
Living souls in your wake shall ne'er deign forget your sake.
The score is, by the way, 1-1. It's going to be 2-1 here soon. This is, by the way, this is also a 10 for 4. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that this is 4 power. There's nothing Cyrus can do about it. Other than play Varina. Wait, actually. You know, this might have been winnable if he had put Megascope at the bottom of the deck. But I don't know what he saw with his Maxi that made him not do that. Must have been either a very good deck. No. Must have been very bad. No. Must have been very good deck. Because if you put a card at the bottom, it's Megascope. You're sure this Varina will stick? Yeah. There's nothing that can be done about the Varina. Except, you know. Also, this Morkvarg on the Jotun. I mean, I think Cyrus had a chance. He didn't really have a chance, but it would have looked closer if he hadn't pulled Megascope Riptide. These draws were atrocious. But as we all know, Golden Necker has no downside. It needs no downside. We should just keep buffing 4 and 5p bronzes some more.
Thy silent death and no cries.
Well, I guess you have to heal. No, you don't need to heal Martis.
He is here.
You just oodle rig it. You just oodle rig the Oriana. Classic.
Don't be afraid. I won't help you.
Yalmar on
No?
straight, coming for ya.
Okay, he just answers the Verena as we expected. This is not pretty. Hey, Jagul.
We serve her who is virgin, mother, and crone.
Yep, this can kill a 4 if Ulula sticks. Which it does, because Golden Necker Necrotome can't play specials. It would mess up their combo. I mean, even if this was playing for 14, it's not enough. I wanna say a big thank you to Stars for actually playing this to the end. Like, he knows this is over. We all know it's over.
You live.
He's saying well played. Oh, he passed. Damn it. Come on. Play the Morkvarg at least. Yeah, he's gonna do it. 3 points too many. Disqualified for not getting 69. Alright, so Kepco wins the series 2-1 and advances to the finals. Oh, sorry, 2-1. Where he will be facing Ninja Pang, who beat Beetlegruff 2-0. This will be an interesting battle. It's going to be a best of 5. Kepco versus Ninja Pang. And we're going to get to watch it. So Ninja Pang beats Seth, Sudaishi, and Beetlegruff. So not exactly an easy path. Kepco also beat Marishka, Runeterra Gamer, and Cyrus the Great to make it to the finals. Let's see what they're both running. So we're going to first take a look at Ninja Pang's decks. We see Force of Nature. This is Golden Necker Relics. In terms of control, there's Unicorns. There's the Wispus, which can do up to 6 damage, and there's 2 Cyclops. There's also a Fisher King. This might have been an upgrade from a Maxi. Because this deck got a provision when Golden Necker was... one of the 6 nerfs on it got reverted. We have Pirate Scope Collusion with Novigrad Siggy Mastermind. It's just a classic pulling the strings deck with little birds and poisons. And Jacques. We have Temple, Drog, Kimbolt, Ada, Princess Ada. Wait, no, this one doesn't have... Yeah, there is. There's the Kimbolt. So this is a deck, I think it's a Miamon deck originally, but we've been seeing it see play a decent amount. There's only 1 Revenant, interesting. Isn't there usually 2 Revenants? You guys think maybe it's time to make Ronvid be 6 provisions again? Like, it wasn't a necessary nerf, was it? A necessary buff. People just didn't, realize how good it was with Revenants and Hensel. He swapped out an Oil and a Revenant for Marguerite. He wanted a lock. Yeah, I don't personally like that change. It's just not how I think this deck is meant to be played. But I can see wanting to have answers for certain things. We can't all be as creative as Miyamoto with the way we counter stuff. Sam, where do you even find this stuff? Alright, and then finally we have a Shiru Precision Strike deck with Mahaka Pass and Philibandrel. Okay, now I'm paranoid that I am. I have started around. Players are just studying each other's decks. So that's Ninja Pang's lineup. We got Golden Necker Relics, we got Collusion Pirates Cove, we got Military Drog, and we have Precision Strike All God Shiru. On the other side, for Kepko, we have Reckless Flurry, Hamdall Dagger, Golden Necker. We got Standard Deathwish with one Cyclops and Erendite Heatwave. We have Precision Strike with Gezras and Great Oak, Zoltan, Popko. And we have Enslave 6 with Helga. Which we saw play earlier. So this is going to be kind of interesting. What do you ban if you're Kepko? I don't think Deathwish can do much against Cove. Cove can just steal Succubus, and Deathwish doesn't have enough removal to remove gangs. And I just think it gets outpointed. Hefty Helga deck can do okay against Cove. His Reckless Flurry deck probably loses to Cove. His Precision Strike deck, I don't know. Could go either way. He has a lot of tempo. He could bleed. I don't think you ban Shiru or Relics because his NG deck and his SC deck probably both deal with Relics fine. His Death Wish deck and his Reckless Flurry deck don't. Okay. So we see a Helga get banned by Ninja Pang. That's probably smart. I think this deck would have done okay into 3 of these. And then we see the Temple deck get banned by Kepko. That I'm less sure about. But I guess he feels confident against Cove and Precision Strike. Relics. You'd ban an or Cove too? Yeah, I'm curious what you guys would have banned. It's hard to mentally prepare for Cove because Flint Sphinx Perf so hard. So if you have ways of removing tags, it's not too bad. Like, it depends on the matchup too, but like, there's a lot of times where Split the Strings can kind of get blocked or lose their effectiveness. But if your deck just can't remove tags, then you're kind of at their mercy. And if you're an engine deck, just go home. Non-Devo Shiro sucks so bad I legit beat it yesterday without Aikna and Shiro. That's like saying non-Devo Vamp sucks because I beat it with Devo Vamps. Like... the head-to-head isn't the reason why the devotion deck is worse. Devotion deck is less versatile, so it gets cheesed, or I don't know. I don't know about your specific devotion deck, just in general. Like a lot of times in the mirror, like the assimilate deck that has more assimilate wins the assimilate deck that has less assimilate and more control, right?
We do what must be done.
Like I'm not doubting that in that matchup the Devo version is way better, but presumably you get something for being non-Devo for other matchups. But we are going to see Precision Strike Gezrus
If this is me now, who was I before?
against Pirate's Cove Collusion. So Kepko opens with Waters of Broccoli, gets 2 Dryad Fledgings on the board, and doesn't click the Saber. That tells me he plans on playing something like Popko next turn. He didn't want to open with Popko because these don't proc Harmony, but Popko will. And then you drop Popko, you click the Saber, and then everything boosts by 1.
You and me, we ain't done yet.
There's a Bloody Good Friends.
Well, I guess it's gonna take some more patching.
I shall not.
Now everything's at 7 power. So if you just get tall enough, pulling the strings can't yoink you, but Bloody Good Friends gets you short enough to get yoinked if necessary. We're going to see Poison on Popko. That makes sense. This card is 3 points a turn. But Kepko has a Purify. So Ninja Pang's going to have to play more poisons. Which he does have 2 of in hand. And remember, Ninja Pang is red coin. Like, if Kepko gives him a long round, he just takes it. So right now at 8 cards, he's not in danger of getting Tempo passed on. So he's gonna play another poison card.
Blindfold, whatever for.
But Bloody Good Friends is now only at 2 power, which is a bit of a problem. I guess it's not that much of a problem. We can see that Kepko doesn't have a backup plan in hand, or a skirmisher, or anything. Anything to answer this. And Ninja has to decide, does he... I mean, I think he still removes the... This is 14-point removal, and he carries over 2 of the coins. So... the only thing he has to think about is what happens if Kepko passes after I play this. But he's got, like, he could spend the coins easily. He's got leader charges if he needs them. So, it seemed like a pretty straightforward poison. Yes, he won't have Tall Punish for later because he already used like 3 of his poisons. But, alright, Kepko does pass. Mostly because, it's not because he, like, thinks that Ninja is going to be worse off. It's just that the cards he would be forced to play are not good. Like, maybe you play both Mahakam Dwarves, but could kind of get abused that way.
Unfortunately, transformation robs them of speech.
Ninja Bang just drops a Mutant Maker. That also doesn't have Hammelfart anymore. I think back before Novigrad, these decks would play Hammelfart. But non-Diva has access to Heat Wave and some decent neutral. Diva has better tempo and points. Yeah, that sounds right. Or I'm not surprised to hear that. That makes sense. But it, like, usually the Devo version of a deck beats the non-Devo version of a deck in a head-to-head. The Ninja Bank had to spend down to 2 points in order to catch up. Is Overstorm an issue for Kepco in the long round 3? It can be. But not really, right? Because he's got, like... Okay, like, Frogs is 4 bodies. Zoltan is 3, and Simless is like, 3. But the rest of his cards could fill up the other row and be fine. If he was playing Gatan, where you want 1 row full and 1 row empty, yes, but he's not. He's just playing Gezros, and Gezros doesn't care if you're almost full.
Leave it to us.
The Kepco is going to play a Chariot and then play Volunteers. Why did he tutor a Chariot? That is very odd to me. Like, why not tutor the Dragoon? If you're just trying to thin your deck from... Oh my god. And, like, Call of the Forest could have been used to play Simless. And now he won't. He doesn't have Simless. He has to mulligan these 2 Sentinels. His deck is Brick City. And his fob was a brick too. This is a disaster for Kepco. Absolute disaster. I'm not sure why we didn't just play Volunteers and pass. Oh, he couldn't thin if he didn't play the Chariot was... I forget. These guys, you need to have a Dwarf on the board. That was the only way he could thin. And he's so screwed.
Let the dance begin.
Yeah, Sultan. Same here, man. Dave Ex Machina, he's been gaming on Linux for like years now. So, and he says he has 0 issues. Some games even run better. Like, you can't play Battlefield, but I don't think you were playing that anyway. I don't know what to say. Like, Kepco's gonna give it a good try, and honestly, he's not dead. But he missed Zoltan and he missed Simless, like, roleplay, man. Like, this is just not good. Yo, Destrand. Of course you still have your command. There's not too many bricks, especially when Volunteers can turn into bricks so easily.
Perhaps a different degree.
I mean, he's played it a few times in our tournament, and it's never bricked this bad. He bricked his dwarves in round 1, was forced to pass because of it. Then he was forced to use Call of the Forest to play Chariot so he could play his dwarves in round 2. Like, it just all kind of snowballed. This deck thins a lot, right?
Together, but don't get used
But usually with decks like this, if you don't draw your thinners round, like one of your 5 thinners in round 1, you end up like, it just becomes a brick avalanche. Is that not in a maxi? It's Devotion. Well, I mean, it's not Devotion, but it's it plays Popco, so it doesn't want to play maxi. But like, maxi wouldn't help you avoid bricks, because first you'd have to draw the maxi, then you'd have to play the maxi. You have to play the maxi in round 1 or 2 to see where the bricks are. Like, he is going to fill up the board, and his Gezros will get 15 points on deploy. But I'm not sure that will be enough.
Learn that spell in Zerrikania.
He should have had those 3, I think, to remove a frog. Great Oak. Removes 2 tags. Not a spender. Because that's a hero target potentially. Simcoe cards, hitting options. Love to buy for this reason. Sinless love to brick as well as dryads. Yeah. So I use my Hawk to make volunteers less prone to bricking. This is very risky overall. Yeah. But I do appreciate people trying stuff. You can't have style without a little bit of risk, right? Like, there's something to be said for... Like, there's something satisfying about a deck that... It's like a fabric, like it's fragile, and one thing can really mess it up. But when it doesn't get messed up, everything falls into place. This little bird has no answer. So, like the fact that this Gesner's, like if it wasn't answered, you can then move the frogs forward. Oh, never mind. What am I saying? It doesn't matter. Like the harmony points, because it really is like Dryad, Treant, Witcher, Elf, Dwarf, Machine. It's just he was blue coin against like Code. How many decks do you know that win this matchup?
Can he cut cleanly when you squirm in a boot like that?
Especially when pulling the strings is guaranteed. You can move it with a... Oh, that's why... Yeah. But Gesner's always gets answered anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
By denying penance, you confirm your guilt.
I mean, little bird. He's pretending that his last card is Zoltan. He wants to see like if he had a chance. Zoltan is what? 4 plus 6
Man's got the ways.
plus 4.
You've got the coin.
14 points.
No
Instead
one
of-
stays. Got it?
Onward, Fryhead!
So he would have had 8 extra points. Alright, so Ninja Pan gets his SY deck through. Which is not surprising that it gets through on red. Collusion spawning is out on the wrong row, yeah. That's game 1. Now Ninja has to play blue coin. Probably going to be Force of Nature relics. Which is like, it's a little bit like Necrotome Vamps, except it's a lot more resilient to being bled. Right? Because you have like Incubus into Self Eater is a lot more resilient. It also has the leader that plays for like 9+ points.
Don't make me laugh.
All right. So Knickers comes in the hand and gets mulligan. There's Operator Self Eater available. And we have Crystal Skull. So that's going to be easy decision by Ninja Fang to open with Self Eater and give it Crystal Skull.
The waters of
Because Kepko's deck doesn't actually have a Tall Punish other than Heat Wave. And Heat Wave is going to be reserved for Necrotome. This is 1 point a turn engine plus 1 point a turn carryover at most. Unless it gets split up, but if it does get split up, it will get answered.
Hearts, livers of forbidden deliciousness.
Chariot on the front row. That's interesting. Guess he didn't want to get killed by a unicorn? This time Kepko's gonna immediately leader. Answers the second Stealth Eater, which makes sense. But that does tell Ninja Fang that Kepko lacks answers to a 5-power card. So I can see this being split and Weavis getting played to boost it. Or at least that's what I would do. And that seems to be what we're about to see. Yep. Okay, when your opponent can't answer a 5, you know they can't answer a 6. Because Kepko wouldn't lead her unless he had to. I wonder if he'll regret playing the Sentinels in the front row instead of in the back.
I'm so damn tasty. It's a pity I can never finish.
Comes Gankane. And no Dwarven Skirmishers for Kepko. Or I guess he only has one.
We'll put Mahakam boots to Imperial arses.
And he gave armor to his fledgling, which tells me he wants to pass soon? It doesn't really tell you anything. Because this has 2 armor. He's trying to win on even without playing golds. And right now he is managing to stay ahead. That being said... yeah, actually, Kepko's doing a good job. Ninja Fang does want to get a Cyclops into the graveyard. He plays his Wispus first, though, because it's carryover. And he didn't split the Self Eater before doing this. Which now means he can't. I mean, splitting an odd-powered Self Eater isn't usually great. Here comes Zoltan. Interesting that he didn't hit this. Like, why not hit the little one, hoping, like, on the off chance your Berserker can finish it? Why hit the bigger one? Ninja Fang is stacking the range row because he knows there could be a Gezrus. But Zoltan on the front row. Okay, so there's Decree for Unicorn. And he ends up answering Zoltan, which was 4, but there's enough cards to make it worth more than 6. And I mean, Ninja Fang's not bust at the moment. He set up a decent graveyard. This is 8 base power now. He still has a card he can play, although this is only 5 tempo. Gezrus isn't online yet. Bob would just be for Purify, but he has... okay, he's going to play his Chariot instead. We see a pass from Ninja Fang, and then Gezrus will be enough to get him to get Kepko ahead. Oh wait, what? What? Okay, so Kepco is valuing Gezrus as higher than 40 points and a removal. The problem is, like, he might be thinking, I have a Purify if it gets locked. Well, what are you going to do if it gets Cyclops? Ninja Fang's going to play Fisher King and put probably Incubus on top. That's what I would do. Since he has Golden Necker in hand now. Kepco's going to go long round. He has Heat Wave to answer Necrotome.
A witch's best
And
friend
that-
is a pig, no doubt.
Should give him... Oh, we got ads in the middle of the game. Unfortunate. Sorry, guys.
No worries. Sins of the flesh are my speciality.
Once I understand no reality, it's
So here comes Incubus.
I guess it's gonna
What
take
you
some
expecting
more
to
catching.
bleed? Or no, sorry. This is round 3. My bad. I got a little bit sidetracked. So Kepco's playing Popco and Ninja respond. Sorry. So Kepco played Popco. Popco at 2 points a turn, 2 points of damage each time with Skirmisher
Our
could
world
take care of some
is in
stuff.
harmony.
So he gets immediately locked. But we're going to see it get purified right away.
Wind whistles Willow's whip.
Now Kepco can remove a 5 twice. So the first card is actually Cyclops. Which is not great, especially since there's not a Cyclops in the graveyard. It's gonna be a Self-Eater from Necromancy.
Hey, you are
Now there are 3 live Self-Eaters on the board. That's a lot. And Kepco just plays an Antheria. I guess right now he knows he can't remove a Self-Eater, so he's going to wait for them to split. But we're going to see another Self-Eater come down because there's one in the graveyard from Ninja Fang. This Fisher King was just a waste this game. On a deck that thins to 1. It's kind of like a poor man's tutor for Golden Necker if you miss it. Honestly, Maxi might be better. Yeah, now there is 8 Self-Eaters. Also, yeah, why no Heat Wave on Toe? Hello? It's not like this deck even goes tall. Like, what? Even if it didn't, just Heat Wave Tome. And this is why people think Necromancer's Tome is OP, because they don't Heat Wave it. That's basically game. Maybe Kepco's tired. If you Cyclops a Cyclops while Necrotome is on board, does it immediately bring the destroyed Cyclops back? It should, yes. I hope we get to see it, because the deploy of a unit should finish first, and then other cards react to it.
This is elven land, Dwan, upon which your kind dies.
There are 2 more relics left. This is not a relic. And sorry, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, he just believes in the Gezrus. But this Gezrus will get removed by a Cyclops on a Doragary. Or on a Force of Nature. Like, this combo will simply not be like... This is just 15 points at best. Or 17.
Garments are shackles that restrain our desires.
Should be a gang. Could have been a Gankane. This is gonna be 8. Gankane would have been 9.
To play with my prey, I enjoy that the most.
Hearts, livers, awful deliciousness.
So Ninja's gonna lead her and then Cyclops. Then he can make room with Brewis if he needs to. Like this heat wave could have prevented like 6 of these self eaters. That was just must have been a moment. I don't know what the deal was. Like, the reason I thought he might have a chance in the long round 3 was because he had Heatwave for the Necrotome. Again, when Golden Necker Relic gets around 1 like that, where they have Operator and Self-Eater in hand, and Unicorns, and Gankane, and 2 Crones, and a Piggy, like, I don't know, man. They're very happy. But that sometimes, like, that doesn't happen always. When I play, it definitely doesn't happen very often, I feel. But so far, 2 games now. Kefka's been trying to get his Precision Strike deck through. It might be the deck he considers his weakest. So just because the score is 2-0 doesn't necessarily mean like 2-0. Because it's Conquest best of 5. And now Ninja Pang has to get his Precision Strike deck through. And Kepko knows what he's playing against. Right? So this Shiru Simless All God deck. How does it fare into Kepko's lineup? Kepko's blue, so I can see... I'm not sure, honestly. I will be right back. I am starving. And I am fading. Either one of the players has got an error, or they're really thinking hard about what to pick. Kepko is contemplating and manifesting? Yeah. Must be. Is there any chance Kepko just rage quit? Is this a tournament version of Alta Foray? Just make your opponent wait 10 minutes for the GG? I don't think so. That's not something Kepko. Are you seeing the spinning card? Okay. Everyone spin together. At least we got good music. Hey, Gwent Soul, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We are, if you just got here, we are waiting for the finals. Both players and me are getting the spinny card back. So we wait till it's over and the game, the tourney client will hopefully send us another invite. Until then, we jam. Oh, we no longer jam? No! Jam is over. New jam. New jam. La 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 la. No, cow jam. YouTube chat just did a thing. Oh, we skipped. What is happening? Tournament finished? The fuck? No. Alright. Capco had blue coin. Where's the Gwent song? Hold on. That's not it. It's coming. Come on, attorney client. I believe in you. I mean, I don't actually believe in you, but please don't fuck this up. For once in your life. Please. Please, attorney client, can we have attorney? Oh, yeah. Did you watch it, Peggy? Was it actually cringe, or are you just saying that? Oh. I guess it was an offensive portrayal of a Turkish man. So I guess I can see it. There's a series called Soap and Skin on Netflix. Is it any good? Tourney client? Invites? Oh, it's right there. I was literally covering it with my... Alright, we're good, we're good. Alright, we're back. So welcome to the finals. Well, welcome back to the finals after that break, courtesy of, I don't know, trying to do things on the internet. Yep. So for those of you who fell asleep, Ninja Pang won the first 2 games with Syndicate and Monsters, and now Kepko is playing Death Wish from blue against Kepko's Shiru Precision Strike deck. Eventually, he's going to have to play his Precision Strike deck against this as well, but maybe he wants to play it from red and get it through that way. So, like you do, Kepko open with Dagon. That's nice. He has Brewis in hand. Also nice. Dwarven Skirmisher is just a card you play because generally control doesn't do a lot here. But you could now combo this with some leader charges to answer a consumer if one popped out like a siren or something. This deck doesn't actually run sirens.
Fucked up machine called life.
We'll put Mahakam boots to Imperial arses.
So here comes a Draco Warrior. Dwarf is gone, but Ninja Pang has already played his Mahakam Volunteer. He's going to play All God. But now, Kepko could pass. 12 to 35. But I'm guessing he doesn't win a long round. Okay, he passes anyway. This is gonna... His Erendite's gonna keep growing. Like, tempo passing on a... This is a classic play on a Death Wish deck. Because you get a lot of tempo really quick, and you have Erendite. And Ninja has to now map out how he's getting 24 points. In 2 cards. Or in 3 cards. So it's like it's not that hard. But he would rather do it in 2 cards. Because then he could play Mahakam Pass and have it for carryover.
Pride is all we've left.
So he's forced to play Philovandrel. Oh, and that's still not enough.
Dance of death! Ha!
Philovandrel and a Harvest. Okay. He's gonna have a 10 card round 3 against Death Wish. Which Death Wish doesn't... Death Wish engines don't really... Like the only real engine of a Death Wish deck is a Succubus, right? And it doesn't really come online until Adrenaline 4. So the first 6 turns, it's going to be just point slam. It's all going to come down to how good a Shiru Ninja Pang can get. The sword is, in fact, enlarging. We should see a giant toad get played as well here. Yep. But the sword's already at 10 before we go into round 3. It will end up being like 19 points at the very end, right? Or 20. But like, you know, 3 or 4 extra points on a sword may not be enough to decide the game if the Shiru is big enough. Ninja Pang doesn't run any locks, so Peller was mulligan, but we didn't draw Hitstring Hillick, Erendite, or Dettlaff. Decree can get that laugh, but rest in peace. Oh my god, this is a disaster for Kepko. Not drawing your 20-point removal card is kind of a big deal. I guess size doesn't matter, actually. Right? It doesn't... Having a large solar doesn't help you if you don't get to use it. Good for me. Are you good at drawing? Are you an artist? So we see AQ. Oh no! Oh, disaster! Should have been played on the front row, I think. That lost Kepko 4 points, didn't it? Didn't it? Who has toxic decks? And then a Heat Wave on Dagon. I mean, Dagon was 13 points at best, if you count the consume as 5 points.
Today's gonna be a good day.
I think Kepko should just Heat Wave this Popko. Oh, never mind. Why Heat Wave when you can Cyclops? Never mind. So there is 1, and there's 2 consumes and 2 here, so 4. Onira is gonna get Simless. No Mahawk can pass.
Just one hell of an imagination.
Simless is double backup plans. Currently Shiru's at 5. Can go... I guess Heat Wave, like, saving Heat Wave means Shiru can't be floated. Now, Ninja is also playing on Erendite, but Kepko doesn't have it.
It's not that I'm always playing it. It's you who's always sexy.
This might have to be... The Dole du Lac might also be a consume. Might be a Chimera. Okay, 2 cards at 11. 5. These shackles take out the door. So 5 and 4, 9. Right now, Ninja can kill 3 9s. I think he should do it. He should do it now, this turn. Before the heart... Well, he's not going to do it. Just to deny the egg, but maybe the egg's not a big deal. I don't know. It's only 1 more point on the consume than a succubus would be. But now we're hitting the 9, which was one of our Shiru targets. I guess we're putting it at 5. But I don't know. Like, we could have Shiru'd for 27 points there. He didn't consume the succubus because he didn't want it to be... He didn't want to create another 9. Now there's 3 6s, 2 5s. I guess he can create... He can ping, ping, ping. Yeah, these sentinels are never coming out. Ninja Pink.
Relax. Let me sweep your worries away.
We're saving a leader for the last succubus. Insects for location are out. Well, Kepko could just not click him. I mean, he knows how precision strike works. I mean, Ninja's just gonna wait. He's gonna play his gourd first.
Cut the grid, or I'll cut your gob!
Yes, he's played precision strike before. It's not a difficult thing.
We're not done if you can still walk.
Oh, how lovely it burns.
He's gonna get 4 9s. That's pretty big. Oh, but it's not enough. Still 9 points too short. Valiant effort by Shearer there. So Kepko goes up a game. Now it's 2-1. That's the classic Shearer experience. More points, buddy. You know what he should do? He should put a cute Dryad in his deck. Is that what you're gonna say? I mean, those Sentinels were 8 points. Right? It's gonna be a kept comeback. Yep. We could see a reverse sweep, yep. It's possible. That's how Conquest works. But it does mean that Kepko has to stop Ninja's Precision Strike deck with his own Precision Strike deck. Which he could from red coin. Then you have to win with Reckless Flurry from blue. At least that's what I would do. I don't know. It's tough. 1 AM Shiro mirrors go crazy.
Pride is all we've left.
One has 36 points Shiro and still lost. Well, yeah, because they don't have engines. If you get a long round against a deck with no engines, like... Theogoff Martins, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. From Brazil, welcome in. We have a few Brazilians in the community. Some of the people in the tournament are from Brazil, judging by their deck links.
Slaughter them to a man!
The Kepko, okay, Popko from Ninja Pang, and then Kepko just moves it with a Brighthead Dragoon. Kind of a cute play. It gets offering. Let's see if this, I mean, I think it's going to be easier for Ninja Pang to get his Sentinels out this game. Kepko can't play backup plan, right? Because his deck is similar to backup plans. Yeah. So this is a brick. We're gonna have Freya's into Waters of Brocculon, is my guess.
Wait Destiny won't let us talk
No,
to strangers.
into Call of the Forest. Interesting. Can do his own pop though.
Today's gonna be a good day.
Everybody loves Popco now. Now we just need to buff Nithral by 1 power and give him Harmony. And then he'll be the same.
Peace with humans.
Wait! Backup plan into Rhyhead Dragoon to move it back to the range row. Oh my god, the skill on these gamers. Here comes Antherion. Popco's at 4. Circle of Life could kill it. And it does, in fact, do exactly that. Wait, what's Simlis gonna play? Oh, there's also Harvest in this version. So Ninja's deck has 3 Simlis targets. So he can just play his backup plans round 1. Cinema mirror. It really is.
We'll put Mahakam boots to Imperial asses.
Humans above, beasts below. Don't know which is worse.
Okay, so 20 to 16. Capco has 1 brick. Does this deck have a lock? Okay, he's gonna drop his Great Oak and take... Wow. Okay, so Capco's gonna win on even. But he played his Great Oak. Well, I say that. Ninja hasn't passed yet. I mean, you just take the loss and you restart next round. You have full leader, he doesn't. You've committed nothing other than 1 Popco. Yeah, that's an easy pass for Ninja. I'm gonna strap in. This final's getting intense. Maybe Kepco's banking on some bricks. But we have Shiro, Simlis, Phil Vanderl in hand. I think it's gonna be a tall ask for Kepco to survive. But he's opening with a chariot. We have Oniromancy for Mahakam Pass. It's a Mahakam Defender. It's pretty good. Has armor, discourages bleeding. And he gets to get his volunteers out. Skirmisher comes down and hits armor, but it does disable this engine. Backup plan is the response. Gonna be an archer. Answers the skirmisher. Prevents it from getting armor from the chariot. Okay, Kepco's gonna commit the frogs. The frogs are coming. He might even play his Gezras here. I mean, he's playing against a Shiru deck. You kind of need to bleed the Shiru, I assume. I mean, there's also like he needs stuff out from Ninja Pang, but now if Ninja Pang plays everything, like if Kepco forces everything out, Ninja doesn't have a lot left. But that's a big if. For now, he's just going to play Philavandrel into Shaping Nature. Because this is a card that just plays for a gazillion points.
How would I even close my ears? That's just stupid.
This is like a 19 power Egern that doesn't go tall.
You are no lunatic.
It doesn't go as tall. It doesn't have the armor business. But Simla's Dabble backup plan is the response from Ninja Pang. The Lavandrel isn't. You saying because the Echo is the problem? It's only a problem if you have better cards to draw.
You're dead already.
Interesting decision to hit the thing you're infusing. But I guess it does remove a body for Gezris. And Kepko passes. So he keeps his Simless and Gezris. He bleeds out the Simless, but he didn't bleed out the Shiru. That being said, I'm not sure how much this Shiru is going to do. The bigger problem is this Mahakam Pass and Precision Strike Leader. Kepko at least draws the Zoltan. He doesn't get Waters of Brochelon. Oh! Ninja, be careful! Wow, Ninja even gets the All God. And he's just gonna open Veil. Which is a massive problem for Kepko. Because he has no proactivity. He's forced to just discard the Dryad's Caress.
In these prompt driving hail earthquakes I have spoken.
I mean, this Shiru is 7. Gezris is going to be 7. Shiru answers Gezris. Oh, wow. Interesting decision to click the Vial. He just wants max points. But that lets Kepko just play Heatwave now. No? He's going to play backup plans. He thinks he can kill this.
One with no sense would trust the word of a twat.
Doesn't find damage. He just wants bodies, maybe? Neophyte? No. This is 6 points, I guess. Oh yeah, he wants bodies for his Zoltan. But Ninja can just remove stuff now. Like, he knows there's a Gezris on the other side, right? Also, why not Mahakam pass this? I guess it's one less body that way. He doesn't boost himself? Oh, it's all other units. Okay, you're right. I thought he boosted himself. The Heatwave on his 4-power Zoltan. Because this Shear is not very good. Shiru is 10 points. But...
Oh, how lovely it burns.
No, it's more because it kills the Gezris. Well, Kepko has no points. So Ninja Bang drops the Shiru, gets 2 units of 6 power. And Heatwave is 7 points, but 7 is not enough when you only have 6 points left on the board. Valiant effort by Kepko, but Ninja Bang ends up winning the finals 3-1, which is the score that last week was in the finals as well. Congratulations to Ninja Peng. And well played to everybody who participated. We have a new champion. Kepko is going for the back-to-back. Doesn't quite get it, but pretty impressive to make it to the finals right after winning it last week. Oh yeah, you guys can ignore this invite. Attorney client still like doesn't understand how things work. It's just doing its own thing. But here is the final result as I updated manually. Kepko lost, in Japan won. End of tournament. You just click this and then you click close. And you're done skis. Thank you guys so much for watching and for participating. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you like this, press like on YouTube. Everybody say bye to YouTube. We're gonna play some ladder after this. Bye bye YouTube. Alright. Bye bye nerds. Wait, aren't you also on YouTube? Alright. Ladder. Yeah, well. So there's one deck I want to play.